Nate, look at you. First one here. Boom. George, what's up? Jeff, hey buddy, how you doing? Chuck G. All right. Hello, everybody. Paul, good to see you. Rich, my man. What's up? You ready for November? I'm sure you're coming to the show, right? JCB, what's up? William, good to see you, man. Boy, look at everybody piling in here early. Craig Bevan, good, man. What's up? Shadow Ops, all righty. Time for the draw bus driving. No, just welcome to Hangar 51, or as Ryan would call it, oh no, not this guy again. So, anyway, how you guys doing tonight? Even Matt's here at the same time as Dad's here. Wow, look at that. All right, so what's on everybody's mind tonight? What do you guys want to talk about? The home of the Marathon podcast. Yeah, kinda. Hey, again, it's your show, guys. The only reason we're on until 3, 4 in the morning is because some of you want to stay. And that's okay with me. As long as you're staying, I'm hosting. So, yeah, tired of the rain too, Jeff. Man, again today. No camera? Oh, yeah, there's a camera. Sorry about that. I need you guys here just to, you know, keep me in line, you know. There you go. Oh, that's funny. You have a new plane. What do you got? What are you getting? What's coming, Eric? I did get a hold of Motion, Eric. They asked me a question I couldn't answer, so I have to do a little research. After the crash, they wanted to know if I powered it back up and what did I find. And I had to think about it a minute, and I thought, no, we just picked it all up and put it in a bag, and yeah, we didn't power it back up. So I don't know. So he wants me to power it up and see if I determine anything particular. So I got to do that. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, but all these boxes are empty. There's no planes in these boxes. These are just empty boxes. I do have a box over there that's got a plane in it. But all these are empty. Yeah, these are all empty. But that one's got a plane in it, and actually the one next to it over there's got a plane in it. So I do have two boxes out here that have planes in them. And I got a bunch more in the house that have planes in them. So, yeah. Yeah, but these are all empties. These planes I'm flying. I still have all of these planes. I'm flying all of these planes. Yep. Every one of them. Well, Critical Mass I have. I retired it. I don't fly it anymore. I don't want to break it because I can't replace it. So that one just sits in my rack in the house. I don't fly it anymore. But I'm still flying this. Still flying this. Still flying these two. This one I crashed. The Mustang behind me here on the floor is not flying. So what do we got? See, Jeff, you're the winner in one category. Unboxed, not flown planes. Harry, what's up? Wow, we haven't seen you in forever. Where you been? Skip got his early case. He can pick it up from Motion. What the hell is that? What are we talking about, Eric? Oh, no kidding. Is that a free wing plane, huh? Wow. No, I didn't even get the hint, Shadow. What did you give us a hint? What was the hint? Oh, so what did you do? Put the $100 that Ryan donated. What was it? Yeah, Pilot Ryan donated the $100 and Robert gave it to you, and you put it toward a new airplane. Okay, well that's a hint. Does Skip live close to Motion? He could just drive down the street and go there? Really? Oh, you bought the Arrows Cessna? Really? Ah, good for you, man. That's a cool little airplane. Michael Reitza, what is up? So what else is happening in the cruel world out here? So I tried to cut my grass today. I got some of it cut. And I've been trying to dry out some blankets and stuff that have been out in the rain. And I got them all laid out. I cut the grass and I laid them all out in the cut grass so that the sun could dry them up. And I came in the house to get a drink and it rained all over them. Son of a bitch. So, I'm tired of the rain. So, a buddy of mine, who'll probably be in the show here, Dwayne and I are going flying tomorrow morning. So, screw it. I'm tired of I'm tired of sitting home. I'm going to go flying tomorrow. So, we're going to go flying all weekend, I'm sure. Michael, you are more than welcome. Very deserving. If anybody here, there's a few people that are absolutely deserving, and you are one of them. So I'm happy that you won the plane. I hope you enjoy it. Keep me posted on it. I want to see pictures. I want to see build video. I want to see some action. So you left Florida just in time. Oh no, it was raining when you got here, Shadow. Maybe not where you were, but it's been raining every day for a couple of hours, then it quits, and then it rains some more, then it quits, and then it rains all night, and then it quits. And that's been going on for months. So if you didn't get any rain up there in the Panhandle, good for you, because you're lucky. We're all the rest of us are drowning. Yeah, Shadow, tell them all about it. I could bring it up on the screen, but it's a little guy. It's a 2 or 3 cell plane. It's a smaller one. Not quite as small as a UMX, I don't think. But it's a nice looking plane. Oh, I got you, Michael. Yeah, that's right. They don't take PayPal. Yeah. Yeah, they're losing a lot of sales because of that. I can tell you right now. I haven't bought anything. GB, what's up? 139. Yeah, there you go. 1100 millimeters. See, that's a decent size. Yeah, it's probably a 3 cell at that wingspan. But it's a nice looking little bird. Hey, 2E, what is up? Yeah, F you too, buddy. Oh, it didn't come up no notification. Anybody else not get notified tonight? Or are y'all here? You saw the notification. What's going on? Need to know these things, guys. Inquiring minds want to know. Hey, I have another question, too. Am I still burning trees, Paul? Yeah, kinda. I mean, I think I have like one more trunk to burn. Right now I'm just pulling stumps. I've got 3 stumps to pull before I can start digging the footer. And I'm working on that right now. I had to go buy a new shovel. My shovel broke. It was old. So right now I'm just pulling stumps. The last the trunk that needs to be burnt, I haven't decided if I'm going to burn it or use it as a seat. So what I've done is I've taken several of the stumps and cut a V in it, and I have a fire pit, and I'm strategically putting them around the fire pits for a place to sit down. So if we have a cookout, you know, roast marshmallows kind of thing, you can sit on chairs, or you can sit on the wood, the trunk of a tree, sitting on 2 stumps, you know. So yeah, so I've got a couple of those going on, and I haven't decided if I'm going to burn that last trunk or use it as another sitting post. But yeah, that's it. I'm pretty much done burning everything. The yard's completely cleared. I got 3 stumps to pull, 2 for certain. The last one I may not leave. I'm not sure yet. It's really not in the way of the garage, but I was told that the cement truck driver is going to bitch that he has to go around it. All right, so the trunk will be right next to the garage. So literally, you know, the trunk's about, you know, maybe that big around, and he's going to have to drive around it and move his chute, you know, the concrete chute, as he goes past, you know what I mean? It's not a big deal, but if it's going to piss the guy off, then I'll pull it. I mean, you know. So that's what I'm working on right now. Like I said, I have 3 stumps to pull, and we're done. We're ready to dig it and pour it. I talked to the factory. They're on schedule, and whenever I'm ready, they're ready. So yeah, I'm gonna go submit the plans Monday to the county. I already called them. They said it's only going to take a day to approve them. So I want to get the approval so I know when I dig my footer, it's, you know, there's no question of where I put it on my property. It's not like too close to a property line or something that they're going to, no, that you can't have it here. You're going to have, and then I have to dig it again. So I'm going to go submit those and get that done, and then start digging the footer. I got a quote. It was way too high. So since I'm not working, I'm going to do it myself. It takes me way too long to make $4,000 just for the labor. So I'll just work it myself and save the price of the labor. I'm definitely worth $4,000 to dig my own footer. So oh, Shadow. Roach Coach, what's up? Good to see you, man. So those seats you got there, Owen, where are you going? And when? Keith Christie, what's up? Good to see you, man. Alright, come on, guys. 31 people here, 12 likes, 13 likes. Come on, you can do better than that. Let's go. Come on. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? So what I thought I'd do for starters tonight, and we'll have plenty of time to do it. So I'm going to run in the house and get my little UMX timber and we had a storm come in. We were flying the crap out of these things Sunday, and right up to dark. I mean, we were flying around. The lights were flashing. It was great. We were having a great time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the wind just came like crazy. So my buddy Dwayne picked my UMX timber up before it blew away. And before he had a good grip of it, the wind took it right out of his hand. And it plastered right up against a chair. So it didn't go anywhere. But it was pinned, you know, like on its... The top of the wing was pinned against the chair. I went and grabbed it and put it in the car and everything. And then after the windstorm went by, we got it back out, and I noticed that the wingtip was broke off. A little corner of the wingtip. I'm like, oh, damn, what happened there? I said, it's got to be right here. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. It would have blown into the grass and got hung in the grass, so it wouldn't go anywhere. And I look underneath his truck, Dwayne's truck, and I see something white. I go, I think that's it right there. So he says, well, let me pull forward, and we'll look. And he did, and sure enough, it was. So I glued it back on the plane yesterday, as a matter of fact. And tonight, I'm going to go get my spackle, and we're going to spackle it up right live on the camera here, and I'm going to let it dry. I got my sandpaper right here, and we're going to just sand it, feather it clear, and you know, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to fix this stuff with that spackle, and how good it will come out after we're done. So that's what I'm going to do here live while we're chatting, because it's only going to take me like 60 seconds or less to smooth a little spackle over the seam, you know, where the crack is. And then we're going to just let it sit here and dry for a few hours, because all of you'll still be here. And then I'm going to sand it all smooth, and it's going to look like a brand new wing again. So we're going to do that little repair live. So in the meantime, you know, if you guys want something you want to talk about, let's hear it, man. I'm all ears. There's Dwayne right there. What's up, buddy? Nothing to be sorry about, dude. It was just one of those things. That's all. We didn't see the wind coming, you know. So yeah, no problem here, none at all. I just figured, yeah, I can kick you tomorrow. Nah, no harm, no foul. It was a simple fix. And I just thought it'd be fun to do a little demo here. Mickey, what's up? While we're chatting tonight. So give me, I think I'm going to get a refill on my drink. So give me a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to run the house and get the timber and the spackle. And I'll be right back. And we're going to do a little spackle repair tonight. We might even, I might even bring the wing. I've got several things I can show tonight. So if we don't find anything else to talk about, I got us covered. So I'll be right back. Let me go get the timber first. Been doing a bunch of repairs and a bunch of little stuff, and I'm prepared to show a bunch of that tonight. So hey, Bravo, what's up, man? So okay, so let's let me go here. Well, actually, let me do this. See, I was somewhat prepared. Let me go to Jeff Cam. All right, which is not on Jeff tonight. And let me show you what we're going to fix. So here's the wing. And right here, you see that's where it broke off, right there. Okay? So I'm gonna spackle that up with this product, and then we're gonna sand it off. Okay, so there's that. Here's the product. If you guys haven't used this, this is what you want to get. This Fast and Final lightweight spackling. You can get it all any of the box stores. Everybody's got this crap. Yeah, you cute. Sometimes that happens. So let me go back to the front cam now so you can watch me work here. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to smear a little bit of that on that crack. Now it's epoxied back on, so it's good and strong. Nothing's going to happen there. So we're just going to put a little bit of this spackle. So this stuff, I mean, this can, I've got a brand new big can in the house, and it feels like it's empty. You know, because this stuff is so light. So we're just going to smear this on here. And then we'll go back to the cam and I'll show you what it looks like with this smeared on there. Okay, that's good enough. Close this back off. So the stuff washes up with water. Super easy to clean up after. No big deal. Like this right now, I just wiped it off with my hand. Little paper towel here. Give it a quick wipe. All cleaned up. And I'm just going to take my finger and wipe it off the edge. Wipe a little excess off of here. Make sure I'm not covering up my pretty lights. And that's good enough. Alright. So let me go back to the camera and show you what it looks like now. So there's a little glob of spackle on there now, covering up the seam where the glue is, and we're just going to let that dry, and then we'll sand that off in a couple hours and show you what the repair looks like. So I'm just going to set that right over here, and it'll just sit there for now. We'll transfer back. Okay. I missed something from Dennis. Hang on. All my stuff's working. Guys, I'm trying my best. I'm telling you, I was online all day today looking for cameras again. Still looking for a camera. I found a used Sony camera. I might pull the trigger on it. So, but yeah, trying to up my game a little bit anyway. You know, so. You like to use your tongue to spread the... All right, Dennis, come on. So what I use, guys, I do use... a lot of times I use... Gorilla Glue. If it's going to be a bigger crack, semi-structural, not just cosmetic, I'll use Gorilla Glue, mix it with water, and let it foam up, you know, and then I'll shave it off. As a matter of fact, I did that on the top of the timber wing here. I don't know why. Mine cracked, and Tim's, when he was here, his cracked in the exact same spot mine did. So I don't know if it's a problem with the plane or what, but it cracked, and I'll show you. Let me get the plane back out here. And it's not a break, it's just a crack. And it really hadn't affected the way the plane flies. You want to see my crack again, Dana? Okay, I'll be happy to show you my crack again. So let me switch it back to crack view. Oh, you guys. So on the top of the wing here, let me get the keyboard out of the way. Okay, so right across here, it cracked. And Tim's cracked in the exact same place. Now, the wing wasn't folding, you know, when it flew, nothing. But it had a, let me go back to front view. It had a, like this kind of movement. You know, the wing in this position had a wobble in it, right? And it keeps wanting to pull this way, you know, forward. Toward, you know, swept the wings forward slightly. So I kept gluing it. I'd pull it back where it's straight the way it's supposed to and glue it. And then as soon as I released it, you know, after the glue dried, it pulled apart again. It either would just crack right next to where I just glued it, or the glue joint would pull open, and I just couldn't seem to get it to stay. So this time I used 30-minute epoxy. Now I put some Gorilla Glue over the top of it, and it's got like a little shelf over the top, overhanging both halves. So now I've got something to glue to, okay? With that little bit of Gorilla Glue that I sanded down, but I left that little bit of overlap. I used 30-minute epoxy, and I wicked it down into there so it would get all over the edge of the Gorilla Glue and the foam. And then I just let it sit naturally, whatever position it wanted to sit in, and let it dry. And now it's rock solid. It is rock solid. It's perfect now. So that worked. Not pretty, but functional. So I'm okay with that. So that fixed that. And I could pretty that up too, but, you know. But I just wanted to do the wingtip tonight to show you guys how this stuff works, how good it works. Now, I don't like using Gorilla Glue when I'm trying to put like two pieces of foam mated back together, because the stuff wants to expand, so it wants to push that glue joint apart. So you really got to hold it. So I'd rather use like 30-minute epoxy or 5-minute epoxy in those repairs. But if it needs to fill a gap, yeah, then I'm all over it with Gorilla Glue. I like the Gorilla Glue to fill gaps. You know, it does a great job. So, Kenny's cracked again. Oh no. Oh my God. So, so Bravo, you're doing the LX810, correct? Yeah, exactly, Spencer. Buy someone else's piece of crap camera. Why not? You know, it's only money. Said I'm looking at it. I didn't say I was pulling the trigger on it yet. I'm looking at it. So. Oh no, the clear expands too, Michael. Especially if you mix it with water. It expands plenty. Big time. Yeah. You mix that clear, because that's what I use. I've got the clear right here. You know? Clear Gorilla Glue right there. And yeah, it expands too. You just, you know, you put it in a cup, you put a little water in the cup, you stir it all together, stir it up until you've got a paste. It'll turn into a paste, a clear paste. Then you just pour the extra water off because it's only absorbed so much water. And then as you start wicking it into whatever you're working on, it starts expanding, just like the other stuff. So yeah, it will expand. You just have to stir it up. You got to mix it, you know, and you'll know when you've mixed it because you'll actually see it start to turn into a white paste, you know, instead of clear. And yeah, but it expands. It doesn't expand as much as the regular glue, but it does expand. So yeah, that's what I was using on a lot of my repairs that foamed up, and you know. But the key is to mix it with the water. Literally, you got to put a little water in there, and then you just stir it, and you just keep stirring it until it won't take any more water, and then you just pour the extra water off, and then right away, as you're pulling it out with your toothpick or whatever you're using, you're going to see the stuff start to get white, milky white, because it's already starting to expand. And you take it and you wick it into wherever you're putting it, and it foams up, and you know, like I said, it doesn't expand as much as the I don't know, what color would you call that? You know, the not clear, the brownish gold color stuff. But yeah, it does expand, especially when you mix it with water. So, and they both work great, and they both work for different reasons. I mean, depending on what you're working on. You know, I like using the brown for big gaps, the clear for smaller gaps. I still like epoxy the best for glue. If it's a permanent repair that's just gluing something back together, not filling it, just gluing it, I still like epoxy the best. Gluing foam back together. Yeah, I know you're here, Farmer Man. I've already said hi to you. I was asking about your tickets to where are you going? What are your tickets for, and where are you going? And when? You're coming down to get your gator tail? Listen, I'm not flying gator tail up to you. It'll be crap by the time it gets to you. Get your butt down here. We'll go get some gator tail. I already know where we're going. You know, as far as I know, they're the best place in town for gator tail. Okay, I haven't tried the baking soda mix yet, but that's good to know. Thank you, Bravo. I will give that a try. Well, Shadow, it uses water as the activator in Gorilla Glue. So it forms a better bond when you wet it, even if you just spritz it with water. You know, spit on it. You know, that's the activator in Gorilla Glue is water. So it dries much faster if you activate it with water. He's gonna who's gonna well FARMERMAN's gonna fly into the Boozer event. Yeah, he said it. And I saw that in Foamboy's show that if the COVID thing's over with, he's gonna fly into the Boozer event. So yeah, is that what the? Because he's talking about he already has a seat picked out and everything. Is that the seat he was talking about? Flying to the Boozer event in November? Because it sounded like he was going somewhere sooner. I got you, Bravo. Jeff says that ain't happening. What ain't happening, Jeff? Oh, flights are available? All right. The Gator Tail sounds like a strip club. Yeah, it is. It's a Florida strip club. You know, we have all those gators down here, and if you want to get some tail, you know, you go. You know, it's like watching submarine races, but you're gonna go watch gator races. Maybe get a little tail while you're watching the races. Yeah, that's how it goes. He's been picking his seat for a while. Oh, that's funny. But do they let hockey defensive in Florida? Yeah, we let everybody in here. We're an equal opportunity offender. Robert, what's up? Is Tara here? Pterodactyl, you in here? Did I miss you? I might have missed you. Mickey B is here. Who else? Did I miss anybody else? Deuce is Wild. What's up? I don't think I caught you here. That's great, guys. 36 in here, 30 likes. That's my guys. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. Nicely done. EQ's here. What's up? There's Tara. Alrighty. Anybody else I've missed? Jeff in Lower Alabama. Deuce is Wild. I know you guys love me. You have to. Christ, there's no way guys stay in my show for 11 hours. F you too, buddy. So I had a servo fail in my my giant T28, the Carbon Z, and it actually happened at the event down at Boozer's. Is this over yet? You missed it, Ryan. When I opened the show, I said, "Welcome back to Hangar 51," or as Ryan would call it, "Oh God, not this guy again." So anyway, the servo went bad down at the event. Same place we're going in November. You know, that big RC Fly Day event they had down there. And so the plane wouldn't roll. And I couldn't figure out why. I mean, I checked everything before every takeoff. I check all my surfaces. I make sure everything's going the right way and everything every time. I never, ever skipped that. And everything was working fine. So I got it up in the air and I flying it around. And I decide I'm going to roll it inverted, and it won't roll. I mean, it's like rolling, but like really slow. And I'm like, what the hell? I tried rolling it the other way, and it just would not roll over. I mean, it's going to take, you know, 2 cornfields to get it upside down. I'm like, okay, something ain't right. And then a big storm was rolling in. It was going to rain, like, now. So I landed early. I didn't even finish the flight. I landed early, taxied it over, and I just took the wing off and put it in the car before it started raining. And then I had the airliner sitting over there, too. And I wasn't going to have time to take that apart before the rain hit. So I ran down to the Boozers. And I said, Wes, if you got room in your trailer, I can stick this in there for this rain, just till the rain goes. And he's, oh, sure, no problem. So we put it in the trailer, and then it just poured. I mean, the rain came down. Oh, my God. It poured. So, and then after that, I didn't get the T-28 back out, but I did fly the airliner. It was actually the Maiden. I flew it. And then I put it all away and, you know, forgot all about it. And then the next week I go to the flying field, my flying field, and I did everything's still in the car, same stuff. And I take the T-28 out and I put it together to fly it, and I check my surfaces, and one of the ailerons isn't working. And I'm like, oh, okay, well now I know why it wouldn't roll. So I got a dead aileron. So I unplugged that aileron and I plugged something else in just to make sure that the Y connector and everything was fine. And yeah, another servo worked fine, so the servo's dead. So I ordered another servo and it came in. So yesterday I put the servo in and I did a little more repair work where I had reinforced the landing gear in the plane. And then I used this stuff again, my spackle stuff, to dial that repair up a little bit more. And I think I'll bring the wing out and show you what I did there too. Why not? You know, so I'm going to show you how I repaired the landing gear. So I'll just give you the Reader's Digest version what happened. Uh-oh. What are we selling here? You guys got all this stuff going on in the background while I'm telling the story. Okay, Dennis, sale at Walmart this week. What's on sale at Walmart? You don't really like me, Dennis. You just don't have a life. Listen, guys, I'm caught up. I just went back to see what I missed. You know, because the scrolling was so fast, and I see a bunch of jokes going on, smiley faces and crying faces, and so I wanted to know what I missed. So I backed up. So yeah, I'm not behind. I backed up to get the jokes because I'm missing them all. So thank you, Dennis. Oh no, not 50% off Michael, huh? Oh God. Yeah. I thought it was boys' underwear was half off. Isn't that the joke? Okay, so anyway, was that Ray? Did Ray just go zipping on by? Hang on. What did I miss? I missed something else. So when I push the blue arrow to go forward, I mean, it goes all the way forward, and it usually skips over 2 pages, and I see something go by and then I have to go back again and look. So 36 in the room, 36 likes. 100%. That's awesome. Yeah, there it is. What's up, Ray? Good to see you, man. So anyway, so my T-28, the landing gear, the plastic mounts that have a couple screws in it, it's also glued into the wing. And it was glued in with contact cement and very little of it. I mean, there was a lot of area where there was no coverage of glue whatsoever. It was just the plastic either sitting kind of in the foam or on the foam. And after 200 flights, which I'm sure that's how many flights I have on that plane, because I fly it a lot, the landing gear mount, the plastic mount broke, okay? It was all cracking, and the landing gear was collapsing into the, from the gear springing on those coil springs, was collapsing up into the plastic. So I took it all apart, and I pulled all the plastic out of there, and I got it all fitted back together, and I put gobs of epoxy all over it, and put it back down into the wing, filled all the gaps with the epoxy and everything, and got it all flat, all the plastic back together flat and everything, and I let it dry. And then I put the gear back in it. And, oh, I don't know how many flights that lasted, but it didn't last really long. I was a little disappointed that it couldn't support it better than that. So, you know, it's plastic. And the plastic gets brittle over time, and that plane's now 3 or 4 years old. So I took a Dremel tool and I cut 2 big long grooves in the wing and put hardwood. I slid hardwood down into the wing, got the correct angle, and I epoxied those in, Gorilla Glued them in, more epoxy, more Gorilla Glue. They're in there. They're not coming out. And then I mounted the gear into the wood, and it came out beautiful. And then I used some Gorilla Glue to fill in the low spots where I wanted it to be flush. And then yesterday, and I had already shaved all that and sanded it, but there were some imperfections. So yesterday when I was putting the servo in, I took my spackle and I smoothed over all that area and sanded it all down smooth. And it came out real nice. Looks good. So I thought I'd bring that out and show you that repair too. For you guys that have that plane and you're flying it off grass, you will have the same problem. I can assure you that you will eventually have the same problem. So you're going to want to know how to fix it. And this is the fix. I've been flying it for months now with the new repair in it. What I did yesterday was just cosmetic. I didn't do anything to make it any stronger. It's in there. It ain't coming out. I'll rip the wing off the plane before the gear will ever pull out of this again. So, so the repair came out beautiful. There's an area where you can still see the Gorilla Glue, but there's 2 outer gear doors and an inner gear door. The split door is the wheel cover and then the strut cover. And when they come down, they flush up like this, and then when they go up, the strut cover overlaps the wheel cover. So they go like this as they go up and down. And I don't have the strut covers on it right now. The pins broke immediately, and so I haven't put them back on. But you know, the Gorilla Glue that's in those areas will be covered by the strut cover. When I put it back on and the gear goes up, it covers all that up and you can't see nothing. So I don't really care about the Gorilla Glue that's showing there. You're either going to see the Gorilla Glue or you're going to see the wooden spar that I put in there, or I could take hours to fill it all in and make it pretty, and I'm not interested in that. Anything that's covered by a door, I'm not making pretty. But the stuff that was outside the door is what I made pretty yesterday. So I'll go get that in a minute here, and I'll show you that repair. And then I think I'm going to go get the 810 and show you how I put the landing gear in that. That's going to be a struggle to get in the shop tonight, but we'll probably make that work. Why not? So what else is going on? I'm staying in. a trailer. Where are you staying in a trailer? Down here when you come down, FARMERMAN? Oh, your aunt's place is not a couple hours away from the event, dude. The event's way down by you. You're going to be closer, probably closer to the event than me. If you're talking about coming here. No. No, Owen, it's not. It's not at the Boozer's normal field. It's way down south. It's south of Tampa. It's way down by your aunt's. You're going to be a hop, skip, and a jump away from it. It's in Mulberry. Look it up on the map. It's way down by your aunt's house. It's nowhere near where the Boozers fly. They're way up north of me, up by the Villages, and that's not where it's at. It's at the field that we had where I lost the Avanti at, the event that we had in February, the Florida E-Jets. It's hosted at, see, the Imperial RC Club is Jerry McGee is the president, and they put on several big events during the year, and there's two fields that they put these events on at. One's in Lakeland, and that's the big, they have 12 o'clock high, Top Gun, and Florida Jets. Not E-Jets, Florida Jets. Those are the three big events they do at the Lakeland field. Now that's a big long paved runway right on the airport, right at the Lakeland airport, right where they have Sun and Fun every year. Same place. There's a paved field on the opposite side of the airport. Still on the same grounds. I mean, literally, you can walk from our field straight over to the other side. There's no fence between us or anything. We're on the same ground. That's where those big events are at. And then the Imperial RC Club has their own field down on 60, down in Mulberry, which is only 10 minutes from the Lakeland field. It's very close. Maybe 15 minutes, depending on lights. Not far at all. And so that's where the event that we're having and we're all going to in November is at the Imperials field on 60, not the one at the airport where we could have flown turbines. At the field we're going to, we can't fly turbines. But it had Jerry moved it to the other field on the airport. You guys that have turbines, George, you could have brought your turbines. And that's why I was telling you guys before to get with Boozer and see if they can move the event if you guys want to bring your turbines, because they're certainly allowed at the other field. That's pretty much all they fly over there. I mean, during Florida Jets anyway. I mean, of course, during 12 o'clock high, it's all Warbirds, not Jets. And then Top Gun is, I don't know, anything you want to bring. I think it just has to be military. I don't think after that it matters if it's a jet, prop, World War I, II, Korea, whatever. So yeah, if you guys go on Google Earth, yeah, Imperial RC Club. So, Jeff put the link up. I think they have a map of the field on the site, I believe. But it's in Mulberry. So it's way down south, though, and you're going to be, you're going to be like 10 minutes away from the place. You're closer to it than I am. Well, you could probably get your turbine if we were flying at the turbine field, you could have probably gotten your turbine waiver there. I'm sure there's somebody there that would be, you know, able to sign you off. I'm sure Jerry might be able to sign you off. I'm not sure if Jerry has a turbine waiver or not. Probably does. It's the president of the club. So, Jermaine, what is up, sir? Good to see you, Victor. You guys keep changing the names of your shows, your channels. You guys are confusing the hell out of me. You know, this is like the third time you've changed yours, Jermaine. Victor, you've changed. This is the second time I think you've changed yours. Eric Quinn changed his a couple of times. You guys are confusing the hell out of me. FARMERMAN just changed his. You know, I don't know what's up. What's up with changing the names? What was wrong with the names you had? I liked all your guys' names. None of you needed to change your names. Took me 2 weeks to figure out that Farmer RC channel was FARMERMAN. I thought it was another guy. I thought it was a totally different guy. You know, I couldn't figure out that it was actually FARMERMAN. So I finally figured it out. I'm a little slow on the uptake. You guys know that. So, but anyway. Yeah, I'm taking you out for drinks afterwards. Yeah, iced tea. All the iced tea you guys can drink. On me. You want hard stuff, you got to buy your own. I don't support that habit. Well, oh, and you can always box it up and ship it down ahead of time. I already told you that. You can even ship it to me if you want. You know, that's not a problem. You can ship it down early, ship it to your aunt, ship it to me, whatever, and you fly down on a commercial flight, and the plane will already be here. And then going home, it's the same thing. You ship it ahead of you, or after. I mean, literally, you could go home, and I could take it to UPS or FedEx and send it after you're home, so you're there to receive it. That's pretty easy. That's not the tough part. I mean, if you want to fly your jet down here, you know, we have ways of doing it. You can fly your jet at our field. You know, we have no problem there. You don't need a waiver or nothing to fly at our field. You know, bring it. Jeff, I don't know if you actually have to register for it. If you do, I would either go to Boozer's channel or go to the Imperial RC Club field that, you know, and see if there's you just have to bring a toy, an unwrapped toy. You know, it's a Toys for Todd event. So your admission into the event is an unwrapped toy. So just stop at Walmart and pick up a toy and bring it, and that's all you need. That's what you just need to bring a toy. It's a Toys for Tots event. Bring a toy and you're in. You're golden. I'm smoking so much weed at the Boosters event. Wait. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I forgot it's for kids. Yeah. You mean you're not going to sell the stuff there to the kids? Yeah. Yeah, just unwrapped in the original package. You know, they don't want it pre-wrapped because they want to see what it is. You know, because we know some of you guys would be bringing you know, dildos and shit and sneaking them in and so yeah. And don't even try and tell me you wouldn't try it. I know half of you guys would. Hey, Fred Barron, what's up? Good to see you, man. Christy, what's up? Yeah, we're a legal state if you have a card. So yeah, it's not illegal here if you have a med card. Oh, you're leaving, Nathaniel? Hey, I didn't even notice you were here and you're already gone. Oh my God. Hey, have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Yep, I have a line of Coke right here on my desk. Won't be snorting it though, but that's okay. Oh my God. Oh no. That's horrible. Shame on Victor. I don't know, Bill. Wow, Bill, what'd you do? What did you order? What you know? Listen, just refuse the order and let it go back. You know, tell what's his name? Ryan, what's his name at JetWorks? I can't remember now. It's not Dave, is it? It's Dana? Crap. I forget his name. Andy, that's it. Thank you, Victor. Yeah, well, Bill, just tell Andy what you're doing. He ain't going to be mad. Just, you know, when it gets to you, refuse it. It'll go back. You know, no extra shipping charges. And then correct the order and ship it out again. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, what is this, a Reese's commercial? Yeah, you're in the wrong show, Randy. Keep looking. You'll find the right one. Just keep poking around. Well, there you go, Farmer Man. Go ahead and book that flight. I don't. November 18th to the 21st. Is that what it is? Something like that. Let me look. Let me see what the calendar says the weekend looks like for November. So now it must be like the 21st, 22nd. Might be the 14th and the 15th, but I thought it was the 21st, 22nd. I'm not positive. I'm sure one of you guys know, though. So go ahead and spill the beans. Which weekend is it? 21st, 22nd. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wasn't positive, but I kind of thought that's what it was. Yeah, the 20th, if you want to come on Friday. If you want to come earlier than that, come on to my place. You can hang out here for a couple days. And then we'll drive over there. It's about 40 minutes from here. Yeah, they will. You're right, Fred. Yeah, why not, Farmer Man? I would take advantage of that. Are you going to stay a couple extra days too? Is the flight cheaper going back if you stay past Sunday? JL Hobby Life. I've seen you in other buddies' chats, but I don't think you've been here before, have you? I don't think you have. It's good to see you, though. Welcome in. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the fun. FARMERMAN, Fort Lauderdale is a long way off from your grandma's. It's on the other side of the state. You know, that's going to be a 3 or 4 hour drive from Fort Lauderdale to your grandma's. That is way the hell away. I don't know why you want to fly into Lauderdale. Keep asking, Ryan. You'll get an answer eventually. I'm sure you can get a flight into Tampa. Tampa or St. Pete. You know, check again. There's got to be something closer than Lauderdale. Even Orlando is way closer than Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is at the other side of the state, at the bottom, down by Miami. I mean, that's a 4 hour drive, dude. That's not even close. I think WestJet flies to Tampa. I think. Or St. Pete. Check and see if they go into St. Pete International or Tampa International. I think they do. Or change airlines, because, dude, you don't want to drive from Fort Lauderdale. That's not going to be a fun drive. You're going to be on Alligator Alley for 2.5 to 3 hours. It's one big, long, straight road with alligators on both sides. You can see all the gator tail you want for 2.5 hours. Read it, Kenny. Damn. Oh, okay. I guess I read it wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought it said. I'm just laughing along with you. It was, you kept asking. I just, you're repeating it, and I thought it was funny. Read it out loud? What's your real name, Wild Bill? Which email address are you sending from? Was that like call Ryan to the quarterdeck for Dave Marshall? Is that what that was all about? Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, you could take the turnpike. It's still a drive. Yeah, I read it out loud. I didn't realize that's what he wanted me to do. It didn't say, "Hey Kenny, can you read this out loud?" At least if he did, I didn't see it. I missed that one. So, Eric, you're out? All right, buddy. Have a good night, man. Oh, Fort Myers. Oh, that's totally different. That's on this side of the state. Okay. It's still going to be a drive, but that's not Lauderdale, so that's not too bad. You got mixed up. You? Never. Well, you need to come see your aunt more often, Owen. You know, she's not going to be around forever. So you need to get your butt down here more often. Especially now that you have, you know, people to see and things to do down here. You know, it's not going to be, you know, just staying with your grandma all day. You're going to go out flying during the day and spend time with her at night for a week or two if you want. Alan Gentry, what's up? Good to see you, man. Oh, so you're going to be alone in her trailer. Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Okay. Well, then there's no curfew or anything to get home to. So that's cool. Yeah, the autocross club I race with, the airport won't allow visitors there anymore either. We're limited to 75 drivers only. No visitors. So that's kind of put a damper on things. Grayson RC, hey, what's up? Welcome to the show. Foamboy, what's up? Just saw you. Welcome to the show, buddy. Did Air Marshal make it in here? Did I see somebody say something to Air Marshal? Oh, you want to see the T-28 wing? Okay, I'll go get it. Dana, he's going to kill himself on cigarettes way before he kills himself painting an airplane. You know, he's using acrylic paints with an airbrush. There's no solvents, no propellants in the can. You know, it's just air pressure. He's fine. He ain't going to hurt himself at all with that paint. Like I said, you know, and I said that in the show. You know, he's going to kill himself with cigarettes way before he kills himself with paint. Well, you'll hear soon enough, Grayson, whether your video's any good. We've got a lot of critics out here, so you'll get comments under the video. All right, so while we're waiting for the timber to dry up, let me go get. I'm gonna go get the T-28 wing. Be right back. So it's been, as far as flyable, I've been flying it for a couple months with this repair. So the repair is fun. Cosmetic wise, I'm not done. I'm still going to do a little more cosmetic work to it, but the repair itself is done. Been done. Flight tested. Came out great. So all I'm doing now is piddling around with making it pretty. You know, just kind of dialing it up a little bit. So let me, I guess. Okay. All right. So here's what's going on. Let me change this so you guys can see me. So, and I'm going to get this camera, the little camera over here in a minute. I just want to show you. So basically, right here, I put, oh wow, that came off? What a bummer. I put white electrical tape on here to cover all that, all of the wires up, and it came out beautiful. And it all pulled off. I guess I stretched it too hard. I was trying to pull it tight, but I guess I pulled it too tight. Huh. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to redo that. Let me just fix the tape real quick. Wow. I had no idea I pulled it that tight. Yeah, wow, I really did. That's not even close. Alright, well, that's fine for right now. Guess you can't pull it tight, that's all. Wow, I had no idea I'd stretched it that much. I'm about 2 inches short now. Alright, no short jokes. Anyway, so this big plastic piece here. Let me switch over. We'll get the little camera going here. Hang on. Okay. All right, so right here, this big plastic piece is where it's screwed here, and it's just glued in the rest of the way. And mine didn't have any glue on it, very little glue on it. So there was no support underneath where the actual landing gear screwed in. Okay. So what I did is I took a Dremel tool and I cut a beam this wide from here to here on that side, and then only from here to here because of the spring. I had to come up short here for the spring. So I cut 2 big grooves in the foam. I set the wooden bars, the spars. It's hardwood. Hardwood, like, I don't know exactly what it is. Probably spruce, maybe pine, I don't know. Some kind of hardwood. And then I had the gear mounted. I slid it all in there as one piece. Made sure my gear door lined up with the impression, the relief. Got it situated with 30-minute epoxy, and then I just let it sit there and set. And it glued in. And then what I did was I took Gorilla Glue and I filled in all these extra spots and let this stuff foam up so I could shave it off. And then yesterday I took white spackle, this stuff, my Red Devil or DAP, my DAP Fast and Final. And I went back over these spots and just smoothed it out to cover it up. And it's almost gone completely as far as visible. I just need to put a little touch-up paint on it. And then this part from here to here is all covered up with the strut door. This is the wheel door, and then there's a strut door. And the strut door covers all the rest of that, so you don't see any of that. And the repair came out wonderful, guys. It really did. I mean, it's super strong. The plane, the landings now are rock solid. It's beautiful. It came out great. Where's my food channel? Uh, it didn't take off yet. It still might. I mean, it takes a while to get, people that aren't subscribed to my channel to find it, and then, reply to it or respond to it or like it or whatever. So I'm still waiting for that to maybe take off. Until then, we'll just wait. I put so much weight back on while I was down after breaking my rib, because I couldn't move. I mean, I literally couldn't move. So, yeah, I put about, I'd say at least 10 pounds back on, because I couldn't exercise or do anything. I mean, I literally just sat on the couch like a lump of shit. And that's exactly what I felt like, was a lump of shit. Is that the 1.1? No, this is the 2 meter wing. This is a 2,000 millimeter, 2 meter wing. This is the big Carbon Z T28. That wing is, 6 foot. I mean, I'm only 5'6". It's way taller than me. So, what did I miss from Christy? I missed a funny from Christy. It's just hardwood. Oh my god. It's fun having a girl in here. Yeah, that's a technical term. Absolutely. We like hardwood. I'm glad to hear that, Christy. It's good to know. How much is a lump? I don't know. Whatever you're willing to pay. So, anyway, so the repair came out great, guys. It worked out really well. The Dremel tool just cut 2 big grooves and then sank that hardwood down in between the foam. I left the foam here for more. I wanted as much foam as I could get as attaching points. Any place I can grab a hold of foam and glue the wood to was I left, so that I got maximum, maximum gluage. Is gluage a technical word? Gluage. We'll go with that. And it worked out beautiful. Like I said, I've been flying it for months fixed. And then the aileron servo, it was this servo that went out. That's why these tapes. And I went up to the auto parts store and bought a roll of white electrical tape. And it was perfect. But apparently I had stretched the tape and it didn't like that, so it pulled off. And I stretched it by about 2 inches. So no big deal. I'll just go get some. I have plenty of tape yet. I'll just retape it. No big deal. Yeah, it's a lump more than a smidgen. Yeah, that. All these technical terms. Oh, you guys are hilarious. So, yeah, Mickey, I'm feeling fine. I mean, my back, it hurts sometimes when I'm stretching a muscle in it right there. The muscles are still tender around it, but as far as being in pain or needing any kind of painkiller, nothing. I'm fine. When I stretch a muscle when I'm working now, because I'm full back to work you know, working on the trees, working on cars. You know, everything's fine. I'm not in any real pain. I just, when I stretch the wrong way or lay the wrong way, the muscles around the broken rib are still a little, you know, weak, saggy. Well, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. You know, but yeah, I'm fine. Now I'm getting back to full strength, full song. Uh, Keep moving around so I can lose this weight I put on because I hate it. And go from there. A smidgen's a little more than a dab. Oh no, this is dap, not dab. So in the Zoom chat we had last week, well, Monday night actually, I think it was Spencer Keith that said on the F-22 he cut 4 coils off the mains and 5 coils off the nose gear to soften the springs in the F-22, which needs drastically. So that's what I'm gonna work on next. I was gonna actually do that today, and I was cutting grass all day. So, but yeah, that's my next repair. I want to redo the landing gear in the F-22. It's just way too stiff. It needs some cush, some rebound. So that's the next project I'm going to work on, is see if I can get that softened up. I don't like the way the landing gear is on that plane at all. I love it lands great. Don't get me wrong, but it just bounces all over the field taxiing. I mean, literally just bounces all over the place. It looks ridiculous. So, yep, the 90mm F-22. Yep. Apparently, everybody else is having the same problem, that's flying off grass, and so I guess Spencer and 4 of his buddies have all got them, and they've been trying different stuff to find the right combination. And what he said in the chat was that they cut four coils off the main springs and 5 coils off the nose wheel spring to get the plane to have the right amount of cush. Dave Kowalski, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, listen, it's a great airplane. You know, it's not my favorite jet, but not for the wrong reasons. It flies great. It lands easy. It's a great airplane. I wish it had been an 80mm, because the 80mm just seems to be the right size fan, the right size motor combo to get flight time out of. I mean, you can really get a lot of flight time out of an 80mm that I can't seem to wiggle out of an F-22 90mm. And that plane honestly would fly perfect on an 80mm fan. It wouldn't hurt it one bit. It would fly so much longer. You know, it wouldn't be quite as fast, but I'm not. You know, 80 miles an hour is fine. That's fast enough. I don't need to go 110, 120, 130. Not that I'm afraid to go that fast. It's not it at all. I've got, like I keep telling you guys, my quarter midget's way faster than that. It's the flight time. You know, if you're flying that F-22 at full throttle, it's 2.5, 3 minutes tops, and the flight's over. I don't want to fly it for 2.5 minutes. So I'd rather fly at 80 for 5 or 6 minutes than at 110 for 2.5. But that's me. You know, I think it flies just fine at 80 miles an hour. I'm very happy with that. So I don't need that, you know, there's way faster airplanes. You guys can buy a V900. If you want to go 200 miles an hour, you know, get a V900 and modify it a little bit. Man, that thing is it's a rocket ship. You know, way faster than any of the jets. I mean, way faster. So, you know, if you want speed, don't get a jet. You know, jets are just battery killers and glorified. I don't know. I like them, but I'm over them. I've got enough jets. I don't want any more jets. You know, I'm really I don't know. I'm not disappointed. I don't know what I am. I'm just bummed, I guess. You know, me personally, because Freewing came out with that gigantic the MiG-29, which is a beautiful airplane, but it's just wrong in so many ways for me that I wouldn't buy it. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's huge, but it's too big. It's too expensive. It takes 2 batteries. That's just 3 strikes, I'm out. It's not going to come home to my garage. Not that I don't love it. I love it. But it's just not going to work for me. At least not right now. Maybe later. But then they came out with the Gripen. And, oh, God, I love that thing. Oh, my God. You know, so that one I want. But it's another jet. I don't want any more jets. You know, I'm jetted out. I think I have 10 jets. I don't need any more jets. I don't want any more jets. I want to see a 2,000 millimeter Corsair. That's what I want. You know, I wish I know FMS just redid their 1700. Well, that's not big enough. I want this size Corsair. I want a plane just like this. You know, it's right at the $500 mark. It's a single 6-cell battery. It's big, but not too big that I can't transport it. It's perfect. That's the plane I'm looking for. Either a Corsair, P-47, Spitfire, 109, any of the Warbirds. You know, this size. You know, now I got the P-40 this size. My P-40 is the same size as this. The wings are identical height. They stand up behind the door together, side by side. They're exactly the same height. So I have a P-40 this size. Flies on a single 6L. It was affordable. It was under $500. It was almost under $400. Yeah, I only paid $420 for that plane. So that had all the right things. You know, price, size, single 6-cell battery. It has lights. All right, it's got lights. This doesn't. But this is what I'm looking for. You know, I want a 2-meter, you know, BF-109, you know, a Zero. Would love to have a Zero in a 2,000 millimeter. You know, a Mustang, although I've got 9 Mustangs. I really don't want another Mustang, but if they came out with a 2,000 size Mustang, I'd buy it. There's no way I wouldn't. Hamilton's Hangar, what's up? That's all right, man. Listen, we're here all night. Come on anytime. You know, we'll probably be here till 3. So you're early. We got lots of time. Don't worry. So when Motion came out with a second jet 2 weeks apart, you know, but the second jet is the one I want, I was bummed. You know, I'm just... Gotta step off the bus, Dennis. Oh, come on, man. We just got into the good stuff. We're talking about a 2,000 millimeter Corsair. This is, man, we're right in your wheelhouse. Where are you going? Hey, Steve, what's up? Man, I haven't seen you in a while. So, yeah, so that's what I was hoping for. You know, not another jet. I was hoping for a prop plane, a World War II, anything. You know, I really want a big Spitfire. You know, I would have loved to have seen that. You know, I already have a big Corsair and a big P-47 and a big Mustang and a big T-28 and and I want bigger on everything but this and the P-40, but yeah, 2,000 millimeter, yeah, that's what this is, and the P-40 from LX Models also 2,000 millimeter. No, Dave. Honestly, I mean, I like it. Don't get me wrong, and I've been on the fence to buy it, but because I want it, I really do want it, but I'm thinking, I thought we were going to see it a 2000 Spitfire when they were announcing the Gripen, and I was not expecting another jet. I was, and I think Ryan agrees. He was expecting a Warbird too. So I was waiting to see if somebody was going to come out with another 2,000 millimeter Warbird to go along with this and the LX's P-40, and everybody's going bigger, and it didn't happen. But I'm sure it's gonna. So I'm kind of waiting to see if the 2,000, because I don't want to buy a 1,600 Spitfire and then have them come with 2,000, because then I'm going to want that one too, and I don't need multiple, So yeah, I thought it was a Hurricane. Because of and that would have been fine too, because it was on the box of the Battle of Britain. But I still don't know what the Easter egg is. He mentioned it was on the counter or something, but I'm not sure James understands what an Easter egg is. For all I know, it was just an Easter egg sitting on I don't know. I looked at it again, and I can't see anything to relate to the Gripen. I mean, unless he's rhyming words with, Pippin, or I don't know. So I don't know what the hint was. I couldn't figure it out. But I was wrong. But yeah, I would have loved to even seen a 2000 Hurricane. That would have been awesome. So, but yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see a 2000 anything Warbird. With lights, retracts, flaps, the whole 9 yards, and then right at the $500 range. This one's $5 something, but comes with a receiver. The P-40 from LX Models was only $420, so anywhere in that $420 to $550, if it comes with a receiver, if Horizon's going to do something, but without a receiver, yeah, I'd like to see it under $500. But anywhere around there is that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm looking for. I'm really hoping for another big Warbird. They keep going bigger with these, and the Gripen's big. Holy crap! It's a single 6L. It's an 80 millimeter fan. It's everything I want in a jet, except it's a jet, and I don't want another jet. But I'll probably end up buying it. I'm just not going to buy the first run. I did that with the Avanti, and I'm not going to do that again. I'll wait till they've worked all the bugs out of it. Let other people find the shortcomings. They'll fix it, version 2, and then I'll buy it. By then I'll be ready to buy it. Yeah, Victor. I just need to watch your jet videos. Listen, I've got at least 10 jets. I got plenty of jets to fly. There's always one in the car. I always take one jet to the field. At least one. Sometimes 2 or 3. But there's always one in the car. Right now, the new MiG is in the car. The MiG-29 from ROES. Now, that's my jet in the car right now. So in the car right now is the MiG-29, the Carbon Z Cessna 150, the 1700 FMS Cub, the P-39, the EC 1500, and the ASW-28 glider, I just took the timber out of the car, but the UMX timber was in the car, and the UMX F-27 is in the car. So that's what I have in airplanes in the car. And then I have four quadcopters in the car. Two of them are FPV. Three of them are FPV. Yeah, three of them are FPV. One's not. So that's everything. So when I go to the flying field, I got lots to fly. If I happen to break something or I have a malfunction on one or another or whatever, I want to make sure I can go there all day and have something to fly. Something, anything. I don't want to get there with one or two airplanes, have a problem, and then I'm, twiddling my thumbs the rest of the day. I can always borrow an airplane. There's plenty of guys there who let me fly their stuff. But I want to fly my own stuff. Yeah, but the new Gripen looks great. I'm a fan. I really like it. The price was a little bit high, but it's okay. I'd still buy it. I would have liked to have seen it under $400, but $389 would have been wonderful. And Freewing doesn't discount there, so we're not going to see any kind of a discount like we do at Arrows. So you're just going to have to suck it up. And again, I probably will, but I'm going to wait till the first batch is out and everybody finds out what's wrong with it, and then I'll probably buy one from the second batch, because they found a bunch of stuff wrong with the Avanti. The control horns were way too small. The part that's glued to the wing was way too small. They were putting way too little glue on them. They were pulling out. There was a problem with the nose gear. There was a problem with the wooden control board thing. The circuit board had issues. So there were a lot of issues with the first run of them, and I got two of the first run. I was so excited about that plane, I bought two of them, and lost both of them. So I'm not going to do that again. I'll wait till they get the bugs worked out. So Hamilton, how do you, is that how you spell your first name? C-H-E? Is that pronounced Chi? Che? Cho? Spell it for me phonetically, so I know what to call you. I don't want to call you the wrong thing. I certainly don't want to call you late for dinner. No. The second one was right. What did I say the second one? Cho? Cho, is that how you pronounce it? Che. Okay. So it's Che. All right, cool. Thank you. Good to know. All right, guys. So what else you want to talk about tonight? Or do you guys want me to go get the 810 now and show you how I did the landing gear in that one? I know Robert wants to see that. Is Robert still in here? Or, wait a minute. Was it Robert? Or was it Bravo? Who's working on an 810 right now? The LX 810. Can't keep all you guys straight. Well, Victor, you know, I'm just one of those guys, like, you know, everything I buy from Hobby King is crap, and a bunch of you guys think Hobby King's the greatest thing on earth. You know, I get all the bum stuff. It comes with bad servos, bad motors, speed controls. I mean, it's always something. You know, everything I get from Hobby King, except for these last two. Well, I haven't put the second one together, but that little TTX Cessna was pretty nice. I really like it. It's got a problem. The nose gear is not mounted. You know, they mounted it right to the foam. So on a grass field where there's on that tiny little nose wheel, it can't handle it. So the foam keeps giving, which creates, it's tearing the nose gear loose because it's only mounted to the foam. So I have to redo that, but that's no big deal. I can handle that. But oh, yours is a balsa build, Bravo? Your 810? Okay. Well, then it's Robert that's doing a. I know John Hill's doing one also. John Hill's got a LX 810. So I think Robert does too, maybe. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But yours is a balsa build. What brand? What? Whose kid is it? A kid or are you scratch building it? Yep, I have the FMS 810 also. I have two 810s. I have the FMS one and the LX. So dual 120 millimeter fans. Oh my God, that thing's huge. Wow. Is it all balsa or is it a glass fuselage? Oh wow. That's wow. Man, that's a build there. Holy crap. You want to see the landing gear on the LX10? All right, I'll go get it. I'll take this one back in and bring that one out. That one's I got to make some room on the table for that thing cuz it's huge. So I got to move some stuff. Let me see what I can move around here. Get my soda cans off the table. Just throw them over there. I had to get my Coke off the table. So the mod to the LX 810 is similar to this, but I didn't have any foam to cut out to make that one work. I just had to add a lot of wood in, and I'll show you if I have my bag of wood out here. I think it's still out here. Let me look around here a minute. So I have a big bag of hardwood from Walmart. They sell it's an assortment pack of hardwood. There's like 20. You can get it round wood, or you can get rectangular, square wood, and you can get a mixture of both. They sell a bunch of different packs of this hardwood. And it's pretty cheap. I mean, it's really cheap. I think it was like $3 for the, you know, they're a foot long, and it's like 20 pieces, foot long, from half-inch square down to a, you know, 1/16 inch square. You know, big variety pack. I guess I don't see it in here. I wonder what I did with that. So I used a bunch of that wood. It wasn't all one size. I had to use multiple sizes to get the exact height I wanted. so that when the wheel went up on the 810, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but it was designed that if the gear couldn't come down, the plane could still land on the wheels. Okay, the main gear was designed to hang out of the plane and not rub anything inside the plane, so that if you made a belly landing, you actually were still landing on the wheels, the mains, not the nose gear, but the mains. And so it would minimize the damage done to the underbelly of the plane, because the wheels, you were literally going to land on the wheels, whether the gear was down or not. So I wanted to maintain that exact height so that the wheels, you know, were in the right place. So I had to use a combination of like the half by half and the, you know, 3/8 by 3/8 square. You know, it was a combination of those to get the exact height I wanted. And then I glued it to the, well, it would be, because the plane's upside down, it would be to the floor, which is actually the top of the wheel area. But if the plane's sitting upside down, it was the floor and the side walls. So I have wood, and the same thing on the side that the steering arm isn't on, I went all the way to the front of the plane, and on the other side, I had to stop short because the steering servo was in the way. So, but I got as much coverage as I could for leverage to give it maximum hold power, and it worked because I landed one time, the wind shifted, and I made a downwind landing, and it wouldn't slow down, so it came in hot, and we went off the end of the runway into the sand road that leads into the field. So when it hit the sand, it ripped the nose gear out of the plane. It didn't rip the wood blocks I glued in out of the foam. It didn't rip the foam out of the plane. It literally tore the screw heads through the landing gear. Okay? All 4 screws stayed in the wood stayed in the plane, the landing gear ripped through the screw holes. That's how well that glue job did. Hey, Air Marshal, what's up? Fuck you too. So yeah, I was so proud of that, man. To rip the holes through the screw heads right through the landing gear was amazing. So yeah, so it worked. I mean, it worked good. So I'll go get that and bring it out. I'll show you how I did that. I'm going to take this in because I don't have room for all this out here. I got to bring a pillow out to set on the table here. This is going to have to move. Let me set this down here for now. Okay, and I'll move the camera temporarily over here. That should be okay. And the drink cup, let's get another can of Coke here. We'll throw that over there. Move the drink cup over here. And put the keyboard over here. All right, that should be all right. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get the 810. going to take a minute, guys. It's kind of buried behind a box. Not a big deal, but it's going to take a couple minutes. So let me put this here. I'll be right back. wait to read all the funny jokes that happened while I was gone. Okay, let me see if I can get this on the pillow without destroying it. Okay. Alright, that'll work. Okay, LX can be tricky to build, even Informer has to do a lot of mods to get them right. Yeah, you're right, Eric. Listen, I like LX models because they fly good, but quality-wise, you know, this plane flies better than the FMS A10, but quality-wise, the FMS plane's head and shoulders better than this one. This one flies better because it's lighter. The wing loading's much lighter, so it just flies better. But if I was going to do it all over again, I'd still buy the FMS plane over this one, because this one took a lot of money and a lot of modding to make it better than the FMS one, and it's just not worth it. So what I had to do, because, and I show this all the time, I'll show it again, this plastic crap landing gear is what was in this plane. Alright, this is the nose wheel. Okay. It's all plastic. That's the size of the nose gear on it. This tiny little frickin' wheel that looks more like a tail wheel of a Cub. Okay. And this was just glued to the foam. There's not a screw in this anywhere to hold it in the airplane. It was literally glued down into the foam like this. Well, this way. And glued to the paint. So it fell right out of the airplane. It just pulled the paint off the foam. The paint stuck to the contact cement that they used. And the whole thing fell out of the airplane and was hanging from the wire like this while I was flying. The maiden takeoff, you know, as I rotated, it hit a tuft of grass, which took it right out of the airplane. And I took off, and this was hanging from the wire just like this, doing this, back and forth. So it was nose heavy, tail heavy, nose heavy, tail heavy, every time it pendulumed back and forth. So the maiden was really fun. So I didn't have to take this out to mod it because it had already fallen out. So all the gear that's in here now is the FMS gear. $188 to buy the FMS landing gear. The two mains and the nose wheel. Okay, and it's all they're complete nose gear, retracts. The whole kit and caboodle, wheels, strut, and retract assembly. So the mains and the nose gear, all FMS. And then I had to reproduce where the servo mounted on the FMS plane to get the steering servo to work correctly. And so let me get the camera here and I'll show you what I did. So let me switch the view. So you're going to pay almost $400 for the kit and then another $188 for landing gear to turn it into this. So yeah, I don't recommend it. But if you happen to get one of these at a swap meet or something, this is the mod you want to make, because this came out beautiful. This plane's fantastic now. So I'll show you the nose gear first. So I had to relieve this up here to make room for the bigger nose wheel. Okay. I did not put the doors back on it. I haven't decided whether I'm going to put the doors back on it or not. The doors were really a kind of a mute issue. The steering servo's here. Okay. The steering rod goes all the way down right here to the steering arm. Okay. And then the wood, which is, I painted them gray, but all of this here, all the way to here, and over here, same thing, all the way down to here, which is farther. You see how I had to stagger them? Because of the notch of the gear here. This side had to be shorter. Okay? So that was a little shorter than this one. And there's 3 layers of wood stacked on top of each other. And the bottom ones are glued all the way to the sides of the foam on both sides, here and over here. And then the last piece is just glued to the wood that's glued to the sides because it's narrower and smaller, because that's the size I needed to get the correct height. So, but it's all epoxied together. A 30-minute epoxy, and all 3 stacks on both sides are glued to the sides and the bottom, which is the top because the plane's upside down. And then the top one is only glued to the bottom of the next one down because a piece that was big enough, well yeah, the piece that was big enough to go all the way over was too big, and I was going to make it the whole assembly be hanging out of the bottom of the airplane. Again, it worked fine because, like I said, these screws pulled through the mount and ripped the landing gear out of the plane. It didn't hurt the foam at all, didn't hurt the wood at all. The screws stayed in the wood, and the gear ripped out of when I hit the sand, it just ripped the gear right out of the screw heads. So it's plenty strong. Okay, same thing on the mains. What I did here, the main gear here goes, uh-oh, my camera died. Hang on a minute, I have to reboot the camera. Oh, crap. Alright, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can reboot the camera. Let's see here. I gotta go to Jeff Cam. And disconnect. Reconnect. Okay, we're back. Okay, so the mains, same thing, because the wheel is overhanging to the side of this big hole. This side, the wood only came to here, but on this side, I came all the way up. I hope you can see in there. Let me try to get to here. That's the end of the wood here. So this side came much farther than this side. Okay? And that wood goes all the way back to the very back on both sides. It goes all the way to the very back. And the same thing. There's 3 layers of wood deep to get the correct height so that the wheel is hanging out. It rolls. There's no obstructions. It rolls. It's hanging out of the plane just enough that it would, if the plane landed on its belly, it's going to rip these stupid things off. But the wheels will actually support the airplane, and it will actually roll on these wheels if it did a wheels up landing, just like the real thing. This little door here is flush with the bottom of the airplane, so that's what I was going for. I was trying to get this to flush up, get the wheel to roll, and so there's 3 layers of wood, and it's glue. Again, it's a glue to the side of the foam here, and to the bottom of the foam, which is actually the top of the, you know, the plane was sitting right side up on both sides, and it worked out perfect. Ashwood. Oh, you guys are hilarious. So anyway, so that's how I turned this into a good airplane. Other than that, I don't think I've had to modify, well, other than that servo was no good. When I got it new out of the box, so I had to replace that servo. That light was dead, so I had to fix that's the green light. That was dead, so I had to replace those. Had to do a splice in the wire right here. What else was wrong with this when I got it? I think that's it. One other mod I made, cosmetic, has nothing to do with it flying, and it's going to be a little hard to show you because the cord's not long enough on my camera, but This is the FMS gun. It's a plastic gun. What I did, and this came out really cool. I wasn't expecting that to work out like that, but it worked out really cool. So the gun that's on the front of this plane is foam. And it's crap. For lack of a better word, it's crap. It looks like crap. It has no scale detail at all on it. But it's got a hole in the middle of it. And they put an LED in here. Okay? So, and the LED turns like 7 colors. Purple, red, green, blue, yellow, amber. I mean, it just keeps changing color, and it flashes at different rates. I don't know if that's supposed to be like gunfire coming out of the barrel, or I don't know what it is. But that's what they put in it. So what I did is I bought the FMS, so you can see it here. The FMS gun. And I whittled the foam down so that this would slide over it. Okay? And I left the foam white, no painted or anything, on purpose. And I drilled a hole through the middle of the FMS plastic gun. This is plastic. And it's got cooling holes in the side here. For you guys that have an A10, you know what I'm talking about. Well, now when that LED lights up, it glows the whole foam, which shows through these cooling holes on the FMS gun. It looks cool as shit. So that really came out good. That looks really cool now. That it's got this nice plastic gun on it with all the detail on it, and it lights up from the LED that LX models put in it. So that came out really cool. So that was a really cool mod. And then the rest of this is some hanger rash. This is I originally put the steering servo here. That didn't work out. I had to redesign it, so I had to fill that back in with foam. And this is just a bunch of scuffs from the maiden landing, because this was hanging by the wire. Of course, it hit the ground and the plane, ran it over. So it did all this scrape damage when the plane drug over top of the landing gear hanging from a wire. And then one of the mains broke off and created some other rash that's on the plane here and there. Not bad. But yeah, it's got some hanger rash on it. But it turned into a really good airplane. I really, really like this plane now. But originally, I was not happy at all with it. It was a very disappointing purchase originally. So, let me switch back to front cam. Okay. So there's the repair on the A10 landing gear. I've been trying to show this to John Hill for quite a while. So John will be in a few hours here. Probably about an hour, actually. And I'll either go back over it again, or I just let him know that he can go to the replay and see it. Lump of shit is the terminology you're looking for. Right. You're absolutely right, Air Marshal. The front gear is supposed to be offset, and it is in the FMS plane. It is not in this plane. But they did offset it in the FMS plane. So again, FMS, listen, I hands down, the FMS plane's the better plane. But flying-wise, this one flies better. I think it's just because it's a lot lighter. It's a lot lighter, so the wing loading's lighter. So it just flies better. But not enough. It's not a better flyer enough to buy this instead of the FMS plane. If I had to do it over again, I bought this plane new, and then I actually got it because Banana Hobbies wouldn't fix the problems. I filed a PayPal claim and I got my money back. So I didn't pay anything for the plane. So I paid near $200 to fix it. you know, to buy the landing gear and all the wood and redo it. So I didn't get hurt too bad on this one at all. Thank God, because if I'd had paid for this airplane and then paid to fix it, I'd be pissed. So, and then I bought a used A10 that has some issues. So I don't have the luck you guys. You guys find planes on, I don't know, Craigslist or swap meets, and every time I buy a used plane, it's a piece of garbage. So I don't have the luck you guys have. Everything I get from Hobby King's garbage. Everything I buy used is garbage. I just don't have the luck you guys have. So that's why when you guys tell me you found this great deal at a swap meet or on Craigslist, and I got a guy at the flying field that kills me every week. He comes out with a new plane that he found on Craigslist, and he buys these giant 3D planes. You know, all wood, gas motor, giant, and they're beautiful. And, you know, like the one he says, yeah, I got it with the motor and everything for $800. Oh my God. Really? And yeah, it just kills me. So Kenny, Randy wants to see the wood again. Yeah, that's funny, but it'd been even funnier if Christy said that. Which plane is that, Roach Coach? Which one did you buy? The FMS one or the LX one? Yeah, you're right, Spencer. We could probably work on the timber now. Christy wants to see hardwood, right? Yeah, she already said that. Turn the FU plane over? Okay, I can do that. Hang on a minute. Do you want me to turn it around forward too, or just turn it over? You want to see its ass, or you want to see its nose? What do you want to see? You probably want to see its nose. So, yeah, I'll show you another feature about this. So this particular plane had a couple of neat options. Yeah, there's Christy. So, and this is the exact same size as the FMS plane. They're identical size. They look great sitting on the runway together. And I've taken them both to the field at the same day and flew them in the same conditions. So that's how I know this one flies better, because in the identical conditions, this one flies better. So another thing that didn't work on my plane, this canopy is supposed to open. It slides back and opens from the radio. There's a mechanism in here. It's very similar to the landing gear mechanism on the nose wheel that I had a second ago. So you hit the button and the canopy slides back, which releases it from the overhang of the front windshield, and then it opens. Looks cool as shit. So guys have used that mechanism on the FMS A10. I've seen a bunch of guys grab this mechanism from this plane and put it in their FMS, cut the canopy and put on their FMS plane to make it work. So mine didn't work. I don't know what part of it's broken. I don't know if it's this jack screw here, or if it's the little I call it a sequencer, but it's really not. It's just the power unit that powers the unit. I don't know which one's bad. But that didn't work either. Like I said, FMS didn't want to, or Banana Hobbies didn't want to fix any of this stuff, so I got the plane for free. The other thing it does is it's got the pilot ejects from the plane. And the way it does that is there's a scissor jack on the front, okay, that goes up like this. Okay, it scissors up, and what it does is it pushes the front of the canopy off the airplane when the wind catches it and just drags it right off the plane, pulls the pilot out, and a parachute. I'll show you that. And then what happens then is the pilot's got a magnet in his butt, and there's a screw in the on this little wooden chair. So he's stuck to the chair by a magnet. Okay? So this comes off, yanks him off, and then yanks the parachute out. Okay? The parachute opens, pilot comes down on the chute, and the whole canopy assembly is hanging from the pilot like this. Okay? So that's a lot of fun. You know, the guys at the field love me. They always, when I bring this plane out, they always make me eject the pilot. You know, they want to see the pilot come out. So they always make me do that. So that gets a big hoot. Everybody thinks that's funny. That part works. Yeah, but the canopy won't open. So, rather have a $10 push mower? Yeah, I hear you, Jeff. Yeah, we have. There's been some planes for sale at my field there, but I'm always a day late, a dime short. You know, I always get there after the sale's over, missed out on some great deals, or I don't have enough cash on me that day to buy a really good deal on a plane. So I'm always, I just never get the good deals. I'm always in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know. And then when I do buy what I think is a good deal, I always get screwed. So, Dennis Farley's back. Good to see you, man. Okay, so what did you do about LX model gear on your 29? Hang on a minute. Where did I put my keyboard? I gotta back up. Oh, here it is. Let me scroll back a second. They told me to disassemble the LX MiG 29 gear. You get them working right. It's just LX makes jets and planes no one else makes. Folding wing pilots eject. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Eric. So they make stuff nobody else makes. You know, it's one of the reasons I bought the YF-23 because I had to have that airplane because I'm such a fan of that airplane and nobody else makes one. So I bought that, and I bought the P40 I bought from LX because it was the P40 I always wanted. It's the model P40 that I love, and it's big. It was the same size as my T28, and that was I'm not disappointed in that plane at all. I had to modify a couple of things, very minor modifications. Overall, I am super, super happy with that airplane. That airplane's freaking awesome. It flies great. You know, everybody says it looks underpowered. Listen, it's light. These planes are very light. So it's no rocket ship. At wide open throttle, it's flying at a scale speed, which is, you know, slow for a RC airplane. Listen, all of our planes fly way faster than scale speed. So this one flies at scale speed. So it kind of looks underpowered, but it really isn't. It flies amazing, you know. And I pull it up vertical. It does a beautiful loop, no problem. It's not struggling to go over the top or nothing. It just isn't fast. So, but it's got a scale 3-bladed prop. Actually, everybody tells me the prop looks too small. So I guess it's not really scale, but it is, 3-bladed. But I could put a 2-bladed prop on it and make it a lot faster, I'm sure. Prop it different, and it would be faster, but then it wouldn't look right. So you just have to decide what you want more, scale looks or fast. You can have either one. I mean, sometimes you can have both, but not always. So, Hang on a minute. Somebody wants to know about the scissor. Hang on, let me find it again. So did everything float down pretty easily, Kenny, or did it come down in thud? What come down in the thud? What are you talking about? The pilot on the parachute? Or are we talking about something else? Did I miss another, somebody get another dig in me? Oh, is that right? The MiG just ejects the pilot and he just comes down, huh? Yeah, no, it's a nice parachute. It's a cloth, a real nice cloth parachute, and it's got double lines. You know, it's nicely done. Pilot looks good. It's a real nicely detailed pilot. He looks really good. He's the right size. The pilot in the FMS plane is way too big. He's not scale at all. You know, this plane is massive to the size of the pilot, and the FMS pilot's way too big. You know, this guy's the right size for the plane. You know, the FMS pilot's way too big. You know, people don't realize how big this airplane is. This airplane's huge. So there's a little tiny guy in it when you put a pilot in it. And the FMS pilot's big. He's way too big. Same thing on the T-28. Same thing. The pilot in the Carbon ZT-28 is way too big. There was one other plane. The pilot was way too big. What was it? Oh, the A1 Sky Raider. Same thing. They always get the pilot. It's way too big. That plane's, you know, massive big. So, yeah, the pilot. So on the E version of the A1 Sky Raider, just for point of reference, okay, the back area here behind the pilot's seat, you could put 12 guys sitting facing each other. 6 on this side, 6 on this side, facing each other. 12 guys can sit in the back of an A1 Sky Raider behind the pilot. So that's how big that airplane is, that people don't realize. You know, it's a huge airplane. So you wonder what that scissor jack thing was? Well, I can show you with the camera, but it's collapsed. I'd have to go get the radio and plug it all in to make it work. But it's just a plastic, like a three-tier plastic X, you know. So just take a picture of this, put this on top of itself again, so you've got it going up, up, across there, and up again, okay? And it collapses down flat, and then it opens up. All the scissors open up like this, and there's 3 tiers of it, and it snaps open, you know, which is what you want, and it just goes tick, and it just catapults the canopy, the front of the canopy, off the plane, and the air just grabs it and takes it, you know, because the plane's flying, you know, 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour forward, and it catapults the canopy into the airstream, and the air just takes it and it just sails off the airplane. So it's a real simple mechanism. It not difficult at all to see how that works. So that was another. I think they say this is an 11 or 12 channel airplane. I haven't figured out what else it does. I mean, it's got your 6 basics, you know, all the flight controls, and then it's got the sliding canopy, so that would be 7. It's got the pilot that ejects, that would be 8. I don't know what the rest of the channels would be for on this plane to make it as many channels as they claim it has. I don't know what it would be. I'm just getting caught back up in the chat here a minute, guys. Hang on a second. Yeah, the Perry show. Yeah, a bunch of people tell me all the time about the Perry show. Um, they get good deals up there. Oh, so you like the smaller 1200 size warbirds, Dennis? Really? You wouldn't want a big Corsair? You know, you wouldn't want a 2000 millimeter Corsair? Really? With or without folding wings? You know? You probably have the banana one with the folding wings, don't you? The LX model Corsair with the folding wings. I bet you have one of those, don't you? Yeah, I have the 1400 size planes mostly. I have a few 1700. I got the Mustang in the P47, and I have an 1800 size something. I can't remember which one I'm thinking of. Oh, that German. It's kind of like a Storch. It's not a Storch, but it's similar. That's 1800 millimeter. But the rest of my warbirds I have are all pretty much 1400. I have a couple 1200, but mostly a 1400. A couple T28s, 3 or 4 Mustangs, at least 4 Mustangs, 1400 size, 2 Corsairs, 109, a Zero. Yeah, most of my warbirds are the 1400 size. But I have a couple of the bigger ones. But I really want 2000 millimeter. That you know, I'd love to get a bunch of those. Next stop is mine, Jeff. Okay, all right, Jeff. Thanks for coming, man. It's good to see you. You have a good night. Yeah, I've never done the 1100s until now. I've started buying all these aeroplanes because I love them. I really love the quality of the aeroplanes, guys. These Aero RC 1100 millimeter planes are awesome. You know, I'm very, very happy with those. I almost pulled the trigger on the T28 on this sale. I wanted to get I already have the Mustang and the Corsair. No, I have the Mustang and the Bearcat, and I want the Corsair and the T28. And I talked to Dan. I made a joke about the sale, and I said, yeah, I went to the website to see if you were doing the 40 off if you buy 2. And he kind of laughed. He says, no, we didn't do that this time, but he says, we'll do it again. So the next time he does the 30 off each plane, or if you buy 2 or more, you get 40 off each plane, I'm going to be buying the T28 and the Corsair. For sure, I'll buy at least those 2, because I definitely want those 2. So, yeah, I'm very happy with the Aero stuff. It's nice stuff. Yeah, GB, but the problem with the 11 Hobby stuff is there was no support for it. I mean, Banggood wasn't supporting it. You know, it was impossible to get parts, and when you did, they usually showed up broken. You know, they'd stick a canopy in a plastic bag and ship it to you, and it would get all crushed inside the bag. There'd be fold marks in it, and you know, it just Banggood doesn't know how to support a product, where Arrows is doing a fantastic job of supporting the product. So, pulling the chain, Mike? Hey, buddy, it's good to see you, man. I saw your video, and big thumbs up, buddy. I'm glad you're here. You have a good night. Yeah, that's another one I wanted. You know, and that was sold through FMS for a while, but FMS didn't make it. But yeah, it had manually folding wings, which was really cool. Right. U.S. businesses understand customer service, and the Japanese do not. So after months of trying to contact FMS, I finally got a response on their Facebook page. and they're apologizing up and down that they weren't responding and that they whatever, and they know about the issue with the landing gear on the pits, and they know about the elevator servo on the pits, but they didn't tell me whether or not they're going to fix it or not. And then I got a 10% coupon that's useless because, yeah, the coupon's only good on our website, and unfortunately, we're not allowed to sell airplanes directly to the public anymore. Well, then what good was this coupon for 10% off my next purchase? So, and they didn't give me any response to that either. So I don't know what FMS is going to do. I'm still not very happy with them. At least I got a response, but I guess I'm going to have to send them another message for them to clarify. Okay, what are you going to do about my 10% coupon? How are we going to work that out? Because I'd like to take advantage of what you offered me for buying an airplane from you. And then, you know, are you going to send me landing gear? Are you sending me the servo for the elevator? What are you doing? You know, because you acknowledge that there's a problem, but you didn't tell me you're going to fix it. So, yeah, FMS is really screwing up right now. I don't know what their problem is. They've never been like this. I've been buying from them directly for years, and I've never encountered this kind of crap. So I don't know if they're going through management changes or what's going on, but, you know, it doesn't even seem like the same company. It seems like I'm talking to Banggood, to be honest with you. You know, not FMS. This is not typical FMS service at all. So, very disappointing. So the fun part of this is putting this all back in the airplane. Now you gotta wind the canopy back up, or the parachute back up, and then you gotta, you know, wind up the string around the parachute to hold it in place, because it literally sits on the pilot's feet, the way you stick it in the airplane. And then the strings always twist, so they're strangling the pilot. It's a little bit of a hokiness to get it back in the airplane. It works, but you know, it's kind of a little bit of a challenge to get it in there right. So, and then to put this on, you got to actually grab the pilot with the back of it and push the pilot off the seat for a minute so you can get the tail, because the tongue and groove is in the back, so it can go off that way. So you got to kind of push the pilot off the chair to get the back of the tongue and groove under there, and then you hope the pilot falls back down on the chair, and then the canopy snaps down, and there you go. So yeah, so that's kind of a challenge too. But it's, you know, the detail on this thing is incredible. It's got way more detail on it than the FMS plane. Again, not in any way worth buying it over an FMS plane. I'm just giving you the rundown. The panel lines and stuff on this plane are incredible. They've got everything marked out. All these squares on the top and bottom of the wings are all marked, and every little access panel is engraved in the sides of the fuselage. I mean, they really went to a crazy amount of detail on this airplane that FMS didn't. And in no way does that make this plane a better plane. I'm just telling you that what I see here, you know, the differences in the planes. You know, this plane could be such a great airplane if LX Model would listen to Rich when Rich tells them you need to do this to fix these airplanes, which LX Models isn't listening. So they don't fix most of the stuff that Rich tells them to fix. And it's too bad, because if they did, they'd really have a great product. I mean, they really would. This would be an outstanding product if they would fix these issues that the stupid idiots at LX Models can't understand. On all of their jets, the wheels are way too small. Yeah, Roach, I've actually thought about clearing this plane. You know, I several times, and I still might. You know, I got to do some more. There's a lot of hanger rash I got to fix. there's a big gouge in this engine's motor cylinder, the pod here. I got to fix that, and yeah, it just has a lot of little shit I gotta. I've done a lot of repainting, and to kind of fix some, like the pods weren't even where the gray went down. It like just stopped all of a sudden. It didn't flow, so I touched that up, and on the wings the same thing. It just stopped at a panel line instead of actually going up and down like it normally would. So I repainted some of that stuff just to make it look better. And this foam is so easy to fix. This whole nose was broke off, and you can't even see where somewhere in this area is a seam where I glued it back together, and you can't see it. And if I brought the camera right up to it, you still couldn't see it. You cannot find where I fixed it. The whole nose broke off. I had to put, I think, 4 barbecue skewers, like I do, and glue it all back together, and it's perfect. You cannot tell where the break is. It came out perfect. So, this stuff is easy to fix, but it's also easy to damage. So it's a two-edged sword there. It's super easy to damage this airplane, but at the same time, it's also super easy to fix it. So, personally, I'd rather have it hard to damage and hard to fix. That would be a much better win than easy to damage, easy to fix, because you're always damaging it. Just putting it in the car. I damage this plane every time I take it to the field. I bang it into something, either the car gate, the going down the steps with it. There's a pillar at the end of the steps. I usually bang a rudder into that. I actually broke this rudder clear off. This one here. This vertical snapped off right at the servo. Rudder and the vertical stabilizer. So I had to glue those back on. And it's pretty thin. So I reinforced this with wooden toothpicks. I put 2 wooden toothpicks in the vertical stabilizer, and then 1 wooden toothpick in the rudder. And I glued those back together. And I haven't dialed it up. The glue joint's clearly visible. I haven't spent any time with the putty and fixing it and then painting it. I just left it, One day I'll fix it, but stop getting sexy with your airplanes. I can't help it, man. They're gorgeous. I can't help myself. I gotta fondle them. Yeah, oh yeah, it works the same way, Dana. It works fantastic on it. It's all over this plane. That's where I fixed the old nose when I broke it off. Yeah, works fine. It's good stuff. Yeah, exactly. Banging them like that is to get some gator tail. Exactly. Yeah, or a midget stripper, one or the other. Answer Mickey B's question. What was his question? All right, hang on a minute. Let me go back. No, I'll answer it. Hang on a minute. Let me find it. Let me go back. I have the power right here. Is it a gag question? Is it something funny? When you eject the pilot and the canopy, how does that affect the CG, if at all? No, it doesn't change the flight characteristics at all when you do that, Mickey. I was surprised. I figured that big gaping hole with the canopy gone, air would get in the plane and it would screw up the flight character. No difference. There's no detectable difference of how the plane flies after you've ejected it off. So, good question, though. Yeah, I was surprised. The first time, I was really scared to do it. I was afraid that, it was going to fly like crap after I, put that big hole in the airplane. But as far as weight, there's no weight there at all. The canopy, the pilot, and the parachute combined probably weighs 20 grams. It weighs nothing. This foam is so light. The canopy is just a Lexan, super thin Lexan. The pilot is a hollow plastic pilot. Yeah, I would guess the whole thing weighs 20 grams. So yeah, there was no CG change whatsoever. And as far as air getting in it, it didn't affect it. That's what I was worried about. I really wasn't worried about the weight. I was worried about that big gaping hole now in the plane and all that air rushing into it, screwing it all up. But it didn't change it at all. This is the LX model 1500 millimeter A10. LX Hobbies. LX models. Banana Hobbies, General Hobbies. They both sell it. Yeah, so I have that same model. I have two of those, the 90 millimeter Yak 130. Yeah, I bought two of those. I love the way that plane flies. Man, that's my favorite airplane as far as jets go. I love that plane. But I've never flown it without the canopy, so I couldn't tell you. I haven't had the canopy come off, so... and you're telling me it flies like a tugboat, so I hope it never comes off. What's the magnet in the pilot's ass way? Oh, God, Randy, you're hilarious. It depends on what he had for dinner. Photon! Man, it's good to see you back, buddy. You can lurk. That's fine. Unless you want to show us your breast implants. You know, I know everybody wants to see them. But other than that, yeah, just hang out. It's cool. I've been flying this with a 4500. It's a 6S. 4500, 5000. That works fine. I don't think I'd go any heavier. I think the nose weight would be too much. Yeah, 4,500, 5,000. It's been flying it. Works fine. I did have a 3,300 in it once. I really didn't notice any flight characteristics difference at all. It just a shorter flight. But it didn't seem to handle any better with being lighter. It seems to carry the weight just fine. But I wouldn't go any bigger than the 4,500, or I mean the 5,000. Yeah, I wouldn't go heavier than that. That's what Vic says. Oh yeah. So Vic's the lucky one that got to fondle the new merchandise, huh? What was I was going to show something. What was I looking for? I don't remember. Oh, Christy's back. The wood is good. Yeah, the wood worked out really good, Christy. Very happy with. I'm very happy with my wood. Yeah, Ricky got breast implants. Didn't you hear? Yeah, he's been bragging about him at everybody's show. I guess Vic got to see him. So, Vic's the lucky one. I know we all want to see him. Hey, GB, keep a watch out for him. Pun intended. Dana, the LX10 is the LX model. It's got way more detail on it. It's way scaler. The shape of the cockpit is more correct. The FMS cockpit's very streamlined. Probably makes it, you know, they are probably trying to make it fly better, but the real cockpit's more bumped, like this one. This plane's more accurate, except there's some wrong things here. The nose wheel should be offset, and the FMS plane does have the nose gear offset, so they got that right. The LX model put the nose gear right in the middle. That's not right. So, but all the detail, you know, all the meaningless scale detail, you know, all the little inspection holes and all the little, you know, seams where panels are screwed on or welded on or whatever. This thing's just loaded with it. I mean, it's got tons and tons of that kind of detail on it. So if you want a display model, you know, to buy just to hang up and show, you know, this is the perfect display model. You know, even you can even leave the stupid, crappy plastic landing gear in it if you're just going to buy it to display it. And this is a beautiful model for that. But flying-wise, overall, the FMS is the better airplane, even though this one flies better. There's a lot of negatives on this plane that you have to deal with before you get it to fly better. You got to change the landing gear. You got to, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you got to go over to make this the better airplane. But it does fly better, but not enough that I would buy this over the FMS one. You know, because there's the landing gear issue alone is a big deal. The exploding engine feature, they do on the F-22. If you watch Skip Build's video on that, he fired it up on his kitchen table and the fan exploded. So I haven't had that problem in this one. The fans have worked fine in this plane. I think they're only, let me look. Yeah, they're only 5-blade fans. So it doesn't have that FMS sound. You know, FMS fans in this would make this thing sound good. Vic always goes for your tail, huh? Photon has issues. No kidding. Oh, you're so funny to have in the show, Ricky. I love it when you're in the show. You are hilarious. Hello from India. Well, hello. Welcome to the show. How did you find us? Yeah, even so. Yeah, I'm okay with it, GB. Ricky's just a funny guy. Recommended. Great. Well, welcome. Yeah, we're still running pretty strong. It's this show goes on all night. I'm usually here till 2 or 3, sometimes 5 or 6. Just depends on how the night's going. Oh, you were talking about Vic. Oh, okay. So has it been streaming all right? You guys getting any buffering? You know, mine is, but I think. Oh, I know why mine's buffering. I'm going to turn that other camera off. That'll stop my buffering. It doesn't like that second camera on. So let me kill that camera. We're not going to use it anymore tonight. Well, actually, we are. All right, hang on a minute. Let me sand on the timber. we'll finish up the crack repair, as everybody's been calling it, and then I'll turn the camera off. What did I do with my sandpaper? Where did that go? I don't think it's under the plane. Well, that gouge at the top of this one engine cell is really bad. I don't know where that happened. I don't remember doing that. So you guys will enjoy this. This is funny. Oh, here it is. I have a parrot. A small parrot, but it's a parrot. And when he gets loose in the house, he likes to fly up on my plane rack and then start eating the wing or the tail. You know, he grabs a hold of the foam and he takes a chunk out of it and just drops it, and then takes another chunk out and drops it. It's annoying as hell, guys. I got to tell you. It really pisses me off when he does that. But, you know, what are you going to do? You know, I try to keep him in his cage as much as I can. But every once in a while he gets out, and then he has to go chew on an airplane. It gets very annoying. Okay, so this isn't completely dry, so it might take a second coat. I'm going to sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to let it sit and dry a little longer. If you get it on there too thick, it takes longer to dry, and it's usually not a huge issue. You just, you know, you sand it down a little bit, which makes it thinner, and then the stuff underneath dries faster, and, you know, but usually I have to do a final fill coat, you know, just to get the last little bit of, you know, of the repair finished. I don't know why that part, there shouldn't really be a heavy coat right there. I don't know why it's so heavy right there. Yeah, so what the sandpaper's actually peeling where it's not completely dry, it's kind of peeling it off. So we're going to we'll have to let it dry a little bit. All right, let me let that dry. We'll sand it some more in a little bit. I'll set it, screw it. Let's just set it here. All right. GB, that's not the only reason. I agree with him 100%. I don't know what he said, but whatever it was, he's right. You out of here, Dennis? All right, man. You have a good night, buddy. No, Matt, I did not get my real Flite. So, I ordered, and I haven't gone back to look. Might have been my fault. I don't think so, but maybe. I think Hobby Zone had it listed as Real Flite 8 Horizon Hobby Edition, not Real Flite 8 Upgrade Horizon Hobby Edition. So I only bought an upgrade disc. So I had to have Real Flite 8 on my computer for this disc to work, to run an update and whatever the update was. So I blew $30 on something that it doesn't work. So now I'm waiting for them to get it back in stock with the controller. Since I gotta wait anyway, I was gonna make my own wire for my controller, but screw it. I'm just gonna wait till they get it back in stock, and then I'll order it again. The whole version 9 with the controller, and be done with it. So yeah, I do not have my real Flite yet. So, and they're out of stock right now. Both Hobby Zone and Horizon Hobby are both out of stock. Now I have a discount coupon I can use there, which I want to use, or I could go somewhere else. Like A Main Hobby has it in stock. I could buy it there. I think Flight Test had it in stock also. I could buy it there. There's a couple other retailers, Horizon Hobby retailers I could buy it at, but I can't use my discount code there. So I'm going to wait till they get it back in stock and use my discount code and get it that way. So I'm on hold until they get it back in stock. I'm bummed because I really wanted to fly in Dave's show that Monday night. And I was working the whole time I'm watching them. I'm trying to load that disc and get the controller working. I'm working on it the entire time I'm watching them fly. And I'd been working on it an hour before that, and with no luck. So I just, I guess I just didn't get what I needed. So. Which corner tonight, Vic? You know a guy that has A Main links? Oh yeah? Do you have a discount code too for A Main? Or does the guy you know have a discount code for A Main? Oh, is that right? I made your Facebook post, so my subs will double by the end. Oh, that's fantastic, Photon. Thank you. Ricky, you are the man. So the tails section for your FMS Avanti. No kidding. Wow. Yeah, FMS has been dropping the ball lately. I don't know what the problem is over there, but man, they are really in sad shape. You need an attack cat like Dave's RC. Oh. I'm something? Yeah, we all know that. We just don't know what. But yeah, I'm definitely something. Oh gosh. Yeah, yeah, Mickey. That's I hear you. When I saw the FX, the Flex F100, was it slow? Um, it was, but he was flying it on purpose slow. He was 3D in it. You know, he was running it. He was flying it in a um, high alpha kind of thingy, and then I think it must have thrust vectoring or something because I think he flipped it. You know, like flipped it within itself a couple times. You know, he wasn't flying it like a jet. You know, he was flying it like a 3D plane, which I think that was what he was trying to demonstrate is that it's not just a jet. You know, it can do this too, kind of thing. Yeah, but I don't remember seeing it do any kind of jet maneuvers. It was more flying like a 3D plane. I'm looking back on the post. I thought somebody asked me what my favorite jet was, and I don't see it now. But I thought that somebody had asked that, and I was going to answer it. So I was just checking to see if, in fact, that was what I saw and who said it. But if you did, ask it again, and I'll answer it. Oh, so Mickey, you want a 109, a 2000 mil? Yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love to have a 2000 millimeter 109. That would be freaking awesome. Yeah, I don't see it. So anyway, yeah, if you ask that, ask it again. I don't want to go back any farther than this because I'm going to miss all the chat and then I'll have to start over again. Okay, Dennis. Have a good night, man. Oh, did GB ask me that? Okay, so my favorite jet is my Yak 130, my 90 millimeter Yak 130. Everything about that airplane's awesome. It flies awesome. It looks awesome. It sounds awesome. It's an 8S. It's not super fast, but it's super scale. It's a really awesome bird. And when they were discontinuing it, I bought 2 of them. Yeah, I've been wanting that bird forever. I was not going to miss out on that jet. So I grabbed 2 of them in their scratch and dent sale department, and neither one of them. The first one didn't have any issues. They were wrong. It was just a wire that was unplugged. So that plane was perfect, and I got a big discount on it, and it needed nothing. The second one needs a motor. It needs the fan and motor assembly and the blue box, but everything else is there, and that's fine. And I got a super big discount on that one. So yeah, I've got. That's just an awesome bird. I can't. As far as detail and the way it sounds, the way it flies. The landing gear on it's spectacular. I mean, it's got the best landing gear I've ever seen on any airplane. The plane is literally floating on the landing gear, like the real thing. I mean, it is working so hard underneath my airplane when I'm taxiing across the grass, and the plane's just rock solid smooth. But the landing gear's just going nuts underneath. It's absolutely balanced, perfect on the springs. Just an awesome airplane. I can't, I'm almost afraid to fly it half the time because I don't want to break it. I already did once, but I fixed it, and the repair came out perfect. The foam on that is similar to the foam on this. It's this kind of foam. It's that hard, the stiff hard foam. I think it's still EPO, but it's a different mixture of EPO. It's not the same kind of. Like FMS's foam is kind of what I would call rubbery stiff. It's nice and firm, but if you squeeze it, it'll rebound, And this foam won't. If you squeeze this and crush this foam, it doesn't rebound. It stays crushed. So some little differences in the foam. But yeah, the Yak 130 is freaking awesome. That is such a good airplane. And it sounds amazing. Everybody at the field loves the sound of that thing when I fly it. Oh yeah, I've heard of the Rush Jet. Yeah, that's why I wanted it. I've watched that video so many times, Mickey. Oh my God, I can almost tell you it word for word. And yeah, so and his picture's on my box. The plane that the box came in has his picture on the side of it. He's kneeling down next to his plane with my version of the plane on the other side of him. So the quarter scale one is there. He's in the middle. The electric, 90 millimeter one is there, and and that picture's on the box. So yeah, it's cool. So yeah, I'm yeah, super in love with that jet. So if I go anywhere to show off a jet, I take that one because nobody else has one. I mean, I know other people have them, but it's rare. I mean, the last jet event I went to, there were F-22s everywhere. There was a zillion of them there. F-22s, F-16s, the E-Flght F-16, the Thunderbird scheme. Oh my God, they were everywhere. But I had the only Yak 130, in the place. Even the small ones, nobody had one. But the big one, like mine was the only one there. So yeah, it's a showstopper for sure. It's got lights all over it. The way the gear doors, it's got sequencing gear doors that they have to. Some of the doors have to stay open when the gear's down, and then the rest of the doors open back up. The gear goes up, and then all the doors close. It's just fabulous. That airplane is amazing. So, and I wanted it for forever. And when I saw that they were discontinued and the only ones left were in the scratch and dent section because they had problems, I figured I don't care what the problems are. I'll make it work. I got to have these airplanes. So. You should have bought the Yak, Nate. You would have been super, super happy with it. Not to say you're not happy with the T-33. That's a good airplane, but as far as the scaleness, the lights, the retracts, the everything that's on the Yak, you would have absolutely loved that airplane. Every time I have it out at the field, people come over and start yakking about it. They just can't stop talking about it, especially after I fly it. They see it fly, they hear it, and then they see all the lights, the landing lights, and there's a couple of beacons, and then the nav lights, and they come over and they just got a million questions about the plane. What size? Size is the fan? Do you have? And one guy asked me if I had whistles in it. Because of the sound. It sounds like a real jet. And yeah, I get asked a million questions. You can repair it. You can always repair it. And once you have the airplane, the rash and stuff, that's always fixable. You just got to spend some time. So yeah. Because the T-33 is going to be around for a long time, Nate. I mean, Motion doesn't get rid of airplanes very often. So that plane's going to be around for a while. You'll probably never find another Yak 130. So, and that's why I bought it when I bought it, because it was going to go away and I was never going to find it again. It would have been gone forever, and it is. I mean, you might run across one like you did here and there, but, it's going to be a hard sell to find one, because everybody that has them is going to want to keep it. Yeah, I know. I get that part. But you could have always bought the T-33 later because they're still available, So if you'd have bought the Yak, you'd have it right now. And then eventually you would have bought the T-33 anyway because they're still available. So you'd have both. So I don't suppose that... I don't suppose that one's still available, is it? Did you buy Dave's RC's red Yak 130, Roy? What happened to my chat? What the hell happened? Oh, you got a flex jet from Dave. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I didn't know if because he got one of the last ones, if not the last one. There was one red one left in the scratch and dent at Motion, Yak 130, and I think Dave got the last one. Yeah, yeah, they're hard to find. I mean, it's been around for a long time. You know, it started off as a ready to fly Yak 130, and then I guess Freewing bought out Ready to Fly. I think Ready to Fly went out of business or sold out to. So Freewing bought Ready to Fly and acquired that jet from them. But that plane's been around for probably 6 or 8 years, I'd say. Um, and it was a little pricey, you know. I'll admit, you know, it wasn't the cheapest jet around, but it is now. I mean, all these jets now that are out are more expensive than that one. Oh, is that right? Freewing was making it for Ready to Fly? No kidding. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, you and Mike did the review on that plane. You know, you were on the camera. Mike was talking about the plane. I remember that. It was awesome. That's why I bought it. I loved it. I always loved it. So this was my last chance to get it, so I took it, and I got them on sale. So that was even better. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what does he say? Yuck. Is that how he pronounces it? I remember that. Yeah, he does say it funny. Ryan, where's Mike from? You know, what nationality is he? What accent is that he has? You know, he's is he Italian or something? Where's he from? Oh, did you? That's awesome, Roy. Did you guys have a good talk? Did you guys reminisce? Oh, he's Canadian. Oh, no kidding. Okay. Yeah, I kind of remember that now. French Canadian though? I mean, is that his accent? Is it French? That's funny, Mickey. Whose house burnt down? He's probably from Kentucky. He's a good guy. I like him. He's funny as hell. You know, one of my favorite videos is when he put the PBY together. Remember that one? Where he was using the P cups for the parts? That was hilarious. He had to drink out of one of them to empty it, you know, so you could put parts in it. Opius? What the hell is opius anyway? Oh, you guys. There's no doubt you guys had a lot of fun, Ryan. You know, you guys definitely had a lot of fun. Oh, no kidding. Holy crap. Really, Roy? Oh, man. That's horrible. Wow. How in the world did she not make it out? What happened? Damn, dude, that sucks. Wow. Man, I am so sorry. Oh, no kidding. Oh, man, that's horrible. Holy crap. So the fire came in that fast, huh? Oh, man, I've never seen anything like that in person. That had to be horrible. Oh, my God. That's just unbelievable. Jesus. Wow. Roy, that's just... That is horrible. Oh my God, I am so sorry, buddy. That is just horrible. Holy crap. Were you there with your dad when it happened, or... Wow. Man, that's just wild. Holy crap, dude. So where's your dad now, Roy? Is he coming to stay with you, or did he have some place to go? Damn, that's just horrible. That's just so horrible. Man, I'm so sorry, Roy. That's just awful. Man. Is that why you moved away, Paul? Because of the fires they have there all the time? Alright, guys, we're going to go back to Jeff Cam for a minute so I can show you the repair on the... It's not a total finish, but you'll get the gist of it. So, let me get it in front of the camera there. So most of the... right at the leading edge, I need to put a tiny bit more putty right there to smooth it out. But the back edge of it's in good shape. It came out real nice. Just need a little more putty right there in the front. And that's a finished repair. But so you can see how it changed from what it was before to now. How the putty just filled it all in. And the main thing here is, it's not so much the cosmetics of it, is the functionality of it. You know, the wing flow, the airflow over this part of the wing again is going to be perfect. You know, as soon as I finish the rest of it, you know, it's gonna, you know, that filler just filled it right in, so there's no turbulence over that edge or anything. It's gonna behave exactly like it should have. So yeah, that stuff works fantastic. It's really good stuff. No, hey, that's all right, Roy. I mean, dude, if you need to talk about this, call me. Yeah, I can imagine you are, buddy. That's why I just said, if you need to call me anytime. If you just need somebody to talk to, dude, I'm here. Call me. Because holy crap, I can't even imagine you going through that alone. Wow. That's just, that's, I can't even imagine what that's like. Honestly, I can't even imagine what your dad just went through with his losing his girlfriend that way and everything right in front of his. Oh, God. I just can't even imagine that. I mean, Roy, I really mean it. You need to call me anytime. I'm always available anytime, night or day. I mean, I'm up. I'm up all night. These shows go on Thursday. Listen, Thursday night's not the only night I'm up late. I'm always up. I mean, I don't sleep. I rarely sleep. Um, and so yeah, if you ever need to call me, man, you call me. I will absolutely drop what I'm doing if you need to talk to me. Yeah, Paul, I'm flying at sunrise myself. So, but that's okay because I don't need any sleep. Um, if we go long enough, I'll just put the last plane in the car and leave. Sleep's an option. We don't need that. We'll just go fly. Good morning, John. So I just filmed the landing gear in the plane for you. We just did it. So you can, when you watch the replay, you'll get to see and hear exactly how I put the landing gear in this baby. So when you're ready, there it is. And if you have questions, you can call me anytime, buddy. But we went over the whole fix on the landing gear tonight. So took close-up pictures with I borrowed Jeff Cam and brought it right up close and went over exactly what I did, showed it up. I think it came out okay. So when you watch the replay, let me know what you think, and if you have questions, call me. Call me, text me, whatever. I did a bunch of repair videos tonight. I fixed the wingtip on my Timber X, my UMX Timber, and then I showed them the repair I did on my T28 landing gear, and then we finished up with the LX 810 landing gear refit. So lots of good repair stuff. As a matter of fact, while I'm sitting here, let's put a little more putty on that wingtip so we can finish it. Where did I put my putty? I know it's still out here. I didn't take it in the house. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, just a dab will do you. should do it. No, I didn't see that. So they've got the 1400 millimeter 182. I have that plane. It was the first plane I bought from Banana Hobbies. It was a Black Friday deal. I bought the ready to fly version. It came with a battery charger, radio, everything for. God, I can't remember what I paid for it. It was ridiculously cheap. I think it was like 130 bucks. I don't know. I say it in the video. Whatever I paid for it, I say it in the video. It was a screaming deal. At the time, it was $159.95 from Motion RC for just the plane. You know, the plane was 160 bucks. Plug and play, just the airplane. And I got the plane, the radio, you know, transmitter receiver, the flight battery, battery charger, an AC/DC battery charger. You know, it's a cheap little charger, but hey, you know, it's they're very useful, you know, and yeah. So and I still have the plane. I take it out and fly it every now and then. It's a nice airplane. You know, it's a well-made airplane. It's made by FMS. Well, actually, it's not. It's made by HSD for FMS and for Banana Hobbies and for Nitro Planes. Sold it under another name. I think it was called Aero Sky was the name they used. You know, it was sold by a lot of different people under a lot of different names, but HSD actually makes the airplane. So, yeah. It's a nice airplane. Yeah, that's a great deal for 99 bucks. Wow. Banana's got some killer deals right now, guys. If any of you ever wanted a C-47, they've got theirs on sale right now for a $199 plug and play. That's a 1800 millimeter with retracts, flaps, lights, $199. It's a screaming good deal, guys. So if any of you ever wanted a DC-3 or a C-47, now's the time to get it. That's a really good deal. All right, Roy. You take care, buddy. Yeah, I'm serious, man. You call me. Anytime. Well, I don't know what's going on with the moths tonight, but they're just attacking me. Yeah, I used to have the FW-190, the Dynam one. I really loved that airplane. A buddy of mine talked me out of it. It wasn't the best flyer. It was okay until we put a gyro in it. Oh my God, that plane was on rails after we put a gyro in it. You know, just AS3X kind of gyro, not a safe self-leveling, just a stabilization gyro. And oh my God, that thing flew amazing. I wanted it back. You know, after we put the gyro in it and I trimmed it out for him, I told him I want it back. He says, "Oh no," like, you know. So yeah, so I might buy it again. I like that airplane. I really, really like that. It looks great. It's a great looking airplane. And after I put that gyro in it, man, it flew great. You know, it flew okay before I put the gyro in it. It was all right. Not the greatest flyer, but it was okay. But man, after I put the gyro in it, wow, what a difference. There's most planes I don't put gyros in. That was the third plane I've ever put a gyro in. You know, the first one, well, actually, that was the first one, but the only planes I've ever put a gyro in is that one, the free wing AT-6 Texan. It didn't have flaps, and the plane would slow down and then tip stall bad. I mean, really bad. And so it was easy to screw it into the ground. You slow it down too much and you screw it right in the ground. So the gyro, the AS, just the stabilization gyro, gave me that extra about 5 miles an hour slowdown. You know, the gyro would keep correcting every time it tried to screw, you know, tip stall. The gyro would catch it and stop it, and that made all the difference, because that extra 5 miles an hour was when I would be able to get it down comfortably. You know, a nice speed, nice, you know, descent rate, and just bring it right in it. And if I stalled it right at the end, it was so close to the ground that you would see it start to go, but you know the wheel was, you know, an inch off the ground, and it would just put that one wheel down, and you know you were down, and it was fine. So yeah, that helped that plane a lot. And then the other one I was my 109, my FMS BF 109. Because the landing gear's so narrow, it was really squirrely on the ground. The ground handling was terrible. So I put the gyro in it just for rudder. I didn't even activate the elevator and aileron. I left it, you know, off, but I had the rudder cranked up, and that made a huge difference on that too. It made it so much easier to take off and land it, you know, to keep it from ground looping. So, you know, those are the only planes I've ever put gyros in. You know, well, I have a hand toss 3D plane that I put a gyro in, because 3D planes need gyros. I mean, they all, you know, that's what makes them fly so good. And I bought a cheapie. It was a Tech 1 Thunder 180 that Motion sold, and I put that same gyro in that, and yeah, that made that plane so much fun to fly. I mean, it just dialed it right in. It was a lot of fun to fly after I put that in it. You know, again, it flew fine without it, but it just, for 3D maneuvers and stuff, it just locked it in. And it flew fantastic after I put that gyro in it. So, yeah, I sold a lot of those for them. You know, at the flying field, I'd let everybody fly it, and then they would want the same plane. Well, they get the plane for Motion, and I got the gyro on eBay. It was $11 for the gyro. And, yeah, so set a bunch of those up for people at the flying field. It was just so much fun to fly it. It was a kind of a profile plane, but not really. It had a three-dimensional fuselage. Well, and wing for that matter. It wasn't a flat, you know, one of those flat board type, what they call a profile plane. It had structure to it. So there was a little hatch in the front that you pull off, and you can put the receiver, the battery pack, the gyro inside the fuselage. And then the core of the wing, you know, it had a core to it. It was really, really, really thin foam. I mean, if you picked it up wrong, in the wrong place, you could literally crush it just by trying to pick it up. And it weighed nothing. But you had to be very careful where you grabbed it, where you pinched it. You know, you could crush it. But great flyer. A lot of fun to fly. Super, super fun to fly. So, yeah. You know, that was it for gyros for me. Nothing else I have has a gyro in it. You know, listen, if a plane needs it, it needs it. You know, whatever makes it fly better. You know, I like planes that want to fly. I don't like flying airplanes I have to fight to keep in the air. I mean, I can do it. I can keep them in the air, but it takes the fun out of it. You know, I don't want a plane I got to fight. I want a plane that flies and wants to fly, and then I can make it fly better. You know, by maneuvering it the way I want. But if it don't want to fly and I'm spending all my time just trying to keep it in the air, you know, that's not fun for me. So that's when I decide a plane needs a gyro. When I've got a plane that doesn't want to stay in the air, yeah. So you get it, Roy. Yeah. You know that's. I never crashed my the Dynam 190, but it was more work. Let's just say it was more work than I liked to keep it flying. It wasn't horrible, but it was just more work than I liked, you know, to keep it flying. And I loved it because it looked so cool, but it was just annoying me that I had to work that hard to keep it in the air. So when I sold it to my buddy, he bought the gyro and had me put it in it. And then when on a test flight, it was on rails, and I was like, "Oh my god, you know, this thing flies fantastic." And I handed him the controls, and you know, and he loved it. And then I told him I wanted it back, and he said, "Oh no." So I've always thought about buying another one. You know, and they still make it, so I can still buy it. You know, yeah, try it, Roy. You know, there's one called the Thunder. I think it's just the Thunder. I buy them on eBay all the time for like $11, and it's just a plug-in inline gyro that you can switch it from. You know, if it's going the wrong way, basically it's zero straight up on all three pots is no gyro. And if you need it to go to the left and you turn it to the left and it's going the wrong way, well, then you turn it to the right. And the more you turn it, the more gain you gain from it. So it's straight up, it's nothing. And the more you give it, you know, clock position, the more it reacts. And if it's going the wrong way, you just go the other direction with it. So it's super easy to set up. And it makes, you know, it makes planes fly better. You know, you've got a plane that don't want to fly, this will make it fly. Yeah, I'm old school too, man. I am, but I also I don't fight new technology. You know, guys don't want to teach people to fly with planes that have safe in it. Listen, if it saves the airplane, whatever it takes to save the airplane, I'm all for it. You know, these guys that subscribe, all crashing's part of the hobby. No, I don't subscribe to that. Save the airplane at all costs so we can keep flying it that day. So you get more stick time that day. We keep flying and we keep flying. If we need the gyro to save it so that we can keep flying, then God bless it. You know, we're going to use it so that we can keep flying all day. And he goes home with a full airplane, not a broken one. That's key for me. You know, get out there 5 minutes into the day, we break the airplane because we didn't want to use a gyro. Our day's over. I mean, his fun's over. I got planes to fly, but his fun's over. His lesson's over. Take forever to learn to fly that way. I know. That's how I started. So, yeah, I love the new technology, and I take advantage of it any time I can when it's needed. But, you know, I have over 70 airplanes, and only 3 of them have gyros in them. So it's not like I use them often at all. But when it's called for, I'm not ashamed to use it. You know, if that's what it takes to make the plane fly better, then that's what I'll put in a plane. And that 190 is the plane that taught me that. You know, after seeing that, because I never thought of putting a gyro in any of my planes until I sold that one to my buddy and then put a gyro in it for him, and it was a whole new airplane. And then that's what said, you know, I've got 2 planes at home that I'm having trouble with. Let's try the gyro, you know, and I did, and it worked, you know, on both of them. So luckily I didn't crash a lot of planes, but I had good instructors, and they would just take the transmitter away from me before I could crash it. So, you know, I mean, you've seen it before. It's sitting right there. The plane I learned to fly on is sitting right there. It's almost 48 years old now. It's sitting right there. That's the plane I learned to fly on. And somewhere around here, I got a picture of me holding that airplane when I was 13 years old. So I haven't found it yet, but there's a photo album here that's got that picture in it. And I just haven't found it yet. When I find it, I'll show it to you. It'll definitely be on the show. Same with my single stick transmitter that I can't find. When I find that, I'll show you that one too. But yeah, it's you know, they knew I didn't have money I could afford to break the airplane. You know, I was on a real budget. Still am, but I mean, back then I was 13, no job. My mom, single mom, you know, working her ass off. And there's, well, no, that's still Dana. I thought it was Dave's RC. Right. You know, if that's what it takes, you know, I'm not opposed to it. You know, and I don't think it's cheating. Listen, most of an F-16, you know, a real F-16 can't fly without a computer in it, without a gyro in it. You know, that's what flies the airplane. That plane would never exist without that kind of technology. So, you know, if that's what you call cheating, then every one of our F-16 pilots is cheating. Because it's a total fly-by-wire airplane, and it needs the gyro to fly it. So, you know, to fly it the way it flies, I mean, it wouldn't be the best, what do they call it, the Porsche of the skies? You know, it wouldn't be that without the gyro in it. So, you know. Yeah, Mickey, if listen, if it saves the airplane, then by all means, I'm all for it. That's the best insurance. $11 insurance to get the plane back on the ground safely on a windy day. You know, you can't beat it. So yeah, absolutely. You know, if that's what it takes, then by all means. Yeah, I think a lot of these guys forget that. You know, they don't realize that we've got so many airplanes flying around, real size, full size airplanes that are flying with onboard computers, fly by wire technology, gyros, all of that, and you know, and they admire the real one with the gyro in it, but refuse to put one in their model. What sense does that make? You know, so. You know, I just, you know, some of my planes, you know, like the T-28, for instance, and my Carbon Z 150, both those planes came with AS3X built into them. You know, that's just the way they came. They were bind-and-fly planes. Neither one of the gyros in those planes do anything for the flight characteristics of those airplanes. I've had both of those fly on my standard receiver, and there's absolutely no difference in the way they fly. The AS3X in there is dialed down so low, and those planes are so big and solid that it has no effect. And the plane flies just as good with or without the gyro. And they just want to fly. Both those planes are just awesome flyers. They just want to fly. You don't need the gyro in it. So, you know, that's why I told Dave, or you know, Dave Marshall, if he wanted to buy some AS3X, you know, the 636 receivers. You know, those are the first two I'd sell because neither one of those planes need it. You know, I only have them in there because they came with it, and all I want is if he'll buy me the replacement receiver of my brand to put in the plane, he can have those. You know, I'd gladly give them up. because I don't need them. You know, I only need them for receiver purposes. I don't need them for the AS3X. That's ineffective on those two planes. The planes are too big. They're just too big and solid on their own. They don't need the gyro. So, yeah, those are two planes that have it and don't even need it at all. When I got the Carbon Zeke Cessna, when it came in, it actually came with a bad receiver in it. It was very glitchy. It was getting radio hits all over the place. We just had sitting on the table there, and we just sit there and watch it for, 5 minutes, and it would just randomly, a control surface would randomly move, at will, every 15 seconds, every 20 seconds. Me and another guy were just sitting there watching it and laughing. And, so I called Horizon. They said, hey, there's something wrong with this plane. Well, first of all, the flap servo was bad. Again, my luck. Somebody jammed it in the box. Obviously, they had moved the flap down, and it wouldn't fit in the box with it down. They tried to move it up, and it wouldn't go, so he just stripped the gears in the servo so he could get it in the box. Because when I took it out of the box, the flap just went, it just fell. And then, and I picked it up, and it was like the servo arm wasn't connected. And they'd stripped all the gears out of it. So that servo didn't even work. So that was the first problem. And then we were farting around with the, when I bound it up and just a taxi tested, it was jumping all over the place. The receiver was just, I was getting radio hits like crazy. So I called him up and told him, hey, this plane needs a receiver and a flap servo. One of the flap servos is stripped and the receiver is super glitchy. And so they sent me both, and then they sent me a wrong receiver. It had Cessna 150 stamped right on the receiver. There was a little tape on it with that, but it was completely wrong. The servos were reversed. There was no AS3X in it at all. It was a receiver, but it wasn't a receiver for that airplane. So I had to call them back and say, hey, this receiver you sent me either isn't programmed or it's got the wrong program in it, because the ailerons are backwards. There's no AS3X. I don't even know if it has safe in it or not. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's the wrong receiver. Oh, we're so sorry. We'll send you another one. So they sent me another one and a free servo, one that would fit in the plane, as an apology. And that one was right. So that receiver is what's in the plane now. But in the meantime, when I got the servo, so I put the flap servo in it, put one of my receivers in it, and I've been flying it for at least a week before the replacement receiver came that was for that airplane. So, of course, since it's for that airplane, I put it in that plane, and now I have another receiver to put in something else. And I've been flying it that way ever since, but it flew exactly the same with my receiver in it as it did with the AS3X receiver in it. So, that plane don't need it. And then I did the same thing with the T-28 just to test the theory. So I unplugged everything. I left the receiver in the plane, but I just unplugged everything and plugged it into my receiver and stuck it in the plane and went and flew it. And same thing. The plane's so big that the AS3X just doesn't have any effect on it. It's not enough effect to make a difference. You don't even notice it. The plane flies just as good without it. So, but yeah, there's plenty of planes out there that need it. And if you're afraid to put it in it, all I can tell you is, hey, what do you got to lose? Try it. If you don't like it, it doesn't work. You're only out a couple of bucks, and you can easily sell it to somebody else that wants it and get your money back. So you're not really going to lose anything. So give it a shot. See what happens. All right, Roach Coach. We'll see you later, man. Have a good night. So what are we down to? How many people are in the room? What do we got here? There's still 15 people in here. That's freaking awesome. So what else can we cover tonight, guys? What do you guys want to talk about? What's the news? The new news? What's going on? Anybody see the new FMS What the hell do they call that damn thing? It's like the Eurofighter fighter. Oh crap! Help me out, Ryan. What do they call that damn thing? The van, the shit. No, not the Gripen. That thing's awesome. No, FMS came out with a plane. They haven't actually released it yet. There's been a sneak peek unveiling of it. The fall. The fall. That's it. Thank you, man. Yeah, FMS came out with that, and they haven't made an official release yet. But it's we know we know it exists. I can't wait to see what it actually is, how big it is, and everything else. But yeah, I guess I could do that again. Let me try and see if I can find it. Hang on a minute. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we gotta go here first. Alright, computer. Stop being a putz. There we go. So go here. And we opened 2 windows for some reason, so let's close one. And go here. I don't think this plane's going to be as nice as the Gripen, to be honest with you. But we'll see. I don't think it's as big. I don't think it's got as light a wing loading from the little bit I've seen. Although the guy was 3D and the shit out of it. So maybe it is. You know, maybe it's better than I think. But Rich Baker said today in his live stream that he expects to see it released mid to late October. So we aren't going to see it till then. Come on, computer. Let's go. What are we doing here? So there's 3 videos up. 2 of them are super short, so we'll go to the long one. I think that's the long one. Yeah, let's go here. So we'll put that up. And then if I go here, or here, this is probably it. Yeah, this is it. I don't have any audio for some reason. I don't know why the audio is not playing, but maybe I can go full screen with it. Let me try that. Oh, now I gotta do it this way. I don't know what this is going to do, but we'll see. There it goes. Yeah, so they're flying the crap out of it, you know, 3D in it and stuff. You know, the color scheme makes it very visible, but I don't know if it's very accurate for anything particular. But it's cool looking. You know, it's you know, it's interesting. I want to see it for sure. Um, you know, I definitely want to see the damn thing. It looks like it's on the landing. It looks like it's coming a little hot and maybe a little heavy um, on that first landing because it looked like it over rotated, which drug the exhaust nozzles on the ground. I'm sure that didn't hurt anything on grass, but if you're gonna, like right here, you know, if you're gonna fly that thing on a paved runway, you might be scraping the exhaust nozzles, which wouldn't be a good thing. So, but yeah, it looks cool. Very interested in that. Um, I want to see what, you know. I'm anxious to see, you know, how big it is, how much it costs. Um, you know what? Just what's the story with it? You know, very interested to see what they're going to do with that. GB's back. Did you just get out of the shower? Yeah, I agree, Matt. There's no way that's coincidental. It happens way too often. You know, especially when they both came out with the Yak 130 in the 70 millimeter size, and they were identical. I mean, so close to identical that if you weren't standing there looking at them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Um, you know, the FMS had some plastic leading edge pieces that the Free Wing one didn't, but man, I mean, those two planes were identical. So, yeah, somebody's, you know, the espionage spies are definitely working, you know. Yeah, my guess is they're both eating it. You know, employees from the both companies eat at the same McDonald's during lunch, and they, you know, loose lips sink ships. They're, oh man, you should see the new plane we're coming out with. And they go back and tell the other one, and Yeah, yeah, it's got to be something like that because this happens way too often. Yeah, I kind of like the yellow too because it's visible, but I don't know if that's a real paint scheme on a fighter jet or a display jet. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Um, you don't think they ate at McDonald's? Why? You don't think the Chinese have McDonald's over there? You're too smart to eat that crap. All right, GB, be honest. When was the last time you ate McDonald's? Probably 2006. Really, you haven't had even a salad from McDonald's since 2006? Really? Yeah, they probably have a McBat. you know, or a Big Bat instead of a Big Mac. They have a Big Bat, a Big Bat, a McNap, a McBat. I the only thing I eat from McDonald's are salads, cheapy. I haven't had a Big Mac or a quarter pounder or since probably 2006 or even later than that. Um, but they have a nice salad. It's got uh, Paul Newman dressing and pretty good. So I will eat their salad every once in a while. Not very often. We don't eat at McDonald's very often at all. But when I do, it's definitely a salad. I don't eat anything else from there. I actually got that one, Ryan. Oh, that was good. So, what's your average lunch, GB? What do you do for lunch every day? Which MiG 29 are you working on, Ryan? Yeah, it's probably been a year at least since I've even had a McDonald's salad, honestly. I don't. Uh, what, the Big 29? Did you get one of those already? Oh, the. Is that the one from. Oh, see, I didn't realize you'd gotten one already. That's fantastic. Man, I didn't think they were coming that quick. That's good for you, man. Cool. Yeah, I read the comment, dude. I just didn't believe you had one already. I didn't know. I didn't think they were coming that quick. No, John, it says that you don't have permission to share it with me. What is it? What did you send me? No, I'm sorry, not John. Brian. Are you still in the chat, Brian? What was it, Brian? So did you fly it, Ryan, already, or no? You still putting it together? Oh, it was a 911 thing. Okay. Can you get it in your car, Ryan? uh, I love the emoji. If I got any more stupid questions to ask you, I'll be sure to bring them up. Yeah, I'm always 2 weeks behind, so what can I tell you? Yeah, I know. I got it, GB. That's why I said I love the emoji. I got it. Yeah, GB, you just wish you were this UMX. That's all. Oh yeah, no kidding, Matt. Cool. So who uses that scheme? Is it Sweden or who is it? Who's got that scheme? Hmm, interesting. Who are you talking to, GB? Me or Ryan? I can't make a call on that until I see the whole deal. You know, how big it is, what size engine, battery, how much they want for it. You know, it looks cool. You know, I like it so far, but uh, I'll have to wait and see. You know, all the specs before I can make a decision. We're not supposed to see it till mid to late October. So, yeah, I think it did say 80 millimeter on it, but yeah, I don't know how much they're asking for it. I don't know what size battery it can hold or what they recommend or, you know, any of the specs. It's hard to tell how big it is. You know, I kind of get the impression it's a smaller jet, not like you know, the Grippen's big for an 80 millimeter. It's a very big airplane, and no, I don't think Rich has one yet. Um, he's the one that said it wouldn't be released till mid to late October. I don't think he has one yet. I think he was probably contacted and told him that they're sending him one, but I don't actually think he has it yet. I think he would have told us in his live stream if he already had it. You know, he wouldn't give us any details, but you know, to tell us he's got one wouldn't be any kind of, you know. Obviously, listen, there's videos already up on YouTube, so, you know, what difference would it make whether we know if Rich has one or not? You know, if he's not going to tell us anything about it, then no harm, no foul. So would they send one out 2 months ahead of time, Ryan? Would you actually have it for 2 months before you could actually, you know, release anything about it? Or would they wait, you know, like 2 weeks? So you think it's a France scheme? Oh, okay. That's interesting, Matt. How'd you find that? What did you Google to get that? Yeah, okay, but would you actually have the plane 2 months before? You know, would they send you something out that far in advance or no? Okay, good work, Matt. That was good work. Yeah, I'll have to do that. See if I want to take a look at the real one. All right. Well, that's good to know. Wow. Those last 2 hours went zooming on by. Wow, I didn't realize it was 2 o'clock. So, Matt, did you or your dad get the Flex F100? Are you going to get one? Yeah, it's a good thing it's not past my bedtime. Dana, I don't know that that Motion is sending Rich anything anymore. I don't know for sure, yes or no, but I'm thinking they're not sending Rich anything. You know, it's maybe when he was, you know, when they carried FMS, the FMS might have had Motion send it through them or something, but I don't think Rich is doing anything for Motion other than he does his own thing. You know, he'll buy the jet and review it because he wants to, just like Ryan does. You know, Motion's not sending Ryan anything. He had to buy that jet. So, yeah, I don't think Rich is getting anything from Motion. You know, for that Horizon FMS, yeah, but Free Wing Motion, no, I don't think so. He might buy it, just like Ryan did, but I don't, you know, like I said, I think he would have said something. When are you back in school? Yeah, what's going on with your school over there? What are they doing? Our schools are back together, you know, open, but it's weird. Like, I'm not certain that the school that's right across the street from me, I think everybody's homeschooled. I don't see buses going in and out of there. Although I haven't really been paying attention, so they could be. But I haven't noticed any buses running in and out of there. So I think they're homeschooling everybody. I think the teachers are here, but I think everybody's homeschooling. Yeah, that's what I thought, Ryan. I kind of thought that James is pretty much the exclusive now with any kind of releases. I don't think they're sending out anybody but James. So, I don't know whether that's a good thing or bad. I don't know. You know, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, I was going to do this. Is that drying? No, it's not dry yet. I guess it's too humid out here. This just isn't drying. Yeah, you school. You're still in school, right? Oh, maybe I misread that. When they're back in stock, I think for some reason I thought that said school. When you're back in school, Oh, okay. Yeah, the school across the street. I like I said, I don't think I've seen a bus. Um, so yeah, I don't think the kids are coming here to go to school. I think the teachers are here running their classrooms, you know, on live feeds, and everybody's at home studying at home. You know, they're probably doing Zoom sessions or something. Ha 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 ha. So now that you have one in your hand, Ryan, what do you think? Are you excited over this big 29? I mean, is it just blowing your mind? It sure is big. Damn. I wonder what the hell's going on with my computer. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What batteries are you going to run in it? All of them. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's okay. Ryan don't need no stinking gyro. No, GB, you got it wrong. It's not a big MiG. It's a big 29. We're supposed to either figure out that the MiG is misspelled or that it's he's talking about the giant 29. to fly a gyro in it. No kidding. Not taking any chances on that big bird, huh? Yeah, I don't blame you one bit, Ryan. Not one bit. Yep. Absolutely. You're not going to get any hating from me, buddy. I totally agree with that. And as expensive as that sumbitch was, yeah, I would definitely, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, at that price, I would probably be putting one in it too, just to be safe. Terror! Look at you, man. How you doing? Have you been here the whole time? Just been lurking? I mean, I knew you were in talking earlier, but I haven't seen you say anything in a while, so I thought you'd stepped out. So, but anyway, yeah, have a good night, buddy. We'll talk to you later. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure you can put the kitchen sink in that beast. Plenty of room. Yeah, I think for tomorrow I'm just gonna fly what's in the car, and then Saturday I'm gonna switch them out. I'm gonna put the T-28 back in the car. Um, so yeah, I think I'll just fly what's in the car for tomorrow. I don't feel like swapping them out tonight. It's too late. What plane you working on, John? Oh yeah, this fits in my wagon easy. You know, I can get all the way up to 1700 in the car without taking the wings off. So the big Mustang, the P47, yeah, I could put all those in the car without taking the wings off. The only thing I have to take the wings off is like the T-28. Obviously, you know, it's a 2,000 meter wing, a 2 meter wing. So yeah, that's the wings got to come off. The Cessna, the wings come off. My big, I got an 1800 de Havilland Beaver. That's a balsa plane. I take the wings off of that. You know, I had that 1800 the Dona 29. Is that what that thing is? I forget. The German looks kind of like a Storch. That's an 1800, but I don't think I take the wing off to put that in the car. I think that fits. Where the windows on the wagon meet the sill plates, and then they roll down. The floor is 48 inches across. So I got 4 feet across the bottom, but at the windows it's wider. It's quite a bit wider. So I can get, like I said, the 1700s fit in there, no problem. I can't remember if the 1800 fits that way, or do I kind of cock it like 45 to get it in there. I can't remember. I haven't had that plane in the car in a while. But yeah, there's a lot of room in that car. So yeah, this will fit without any problem. I can get both this one and the FMS one in the car without taking the wings off at the same time, and have a jet underneath them. Like the Avanti, or the F-22, the Havoc, any of those sport jets, or the military jets, the F4. They fit in the floor first, and then I put the shelf in on top of the jet that's on the floor, and then that gives me the wingspan out to the windows for the bigger stuff. So yeah, I can get these in the car. Yep, like a big beaver. Nothing like a big beaver. Oh, that's odd. This isn't a new 190, right, John? Is this a used plane you got? Yeah, I mean, the gear could be damaged on that Dynam because they're kind of cheesy. But check your grub screws. Make sure the gear itself is not like loose on the pin, from the the trunnion. Make sure it's not loose between the trunnion and the actual gear shaft. And then if that's the case, it's not, you can shim the outer part of the gear with washers, to tilt it down, which will pull the gear up into the wheel well. So you can put a couple washers under the outside 2 holes as a last resort to try to get the gear up into the pocket. The only planes that come with gyros that I know of, Dana, are the AS3X planes from Horizon Hobby. The only other plane I know of that comes from the factory with a gyro in it is the J3 Cub. I don't know if they call it the Carbon SS or something. The 1700 millimeter FMS Super Cub comes with floats. That actually comes with a gyro in it. No receiver, but a gyro. Oh, the 104 comes with a gyro? Okay. Yeah, not very many planes come with gyros in them, unless they come with the receiver. You know, like I say, all the bind and fly planes from Horizon do. But yeah, first plane I've ever seen with one in it was this Cub from FMS. They literally put a gyro in it. I couldn't believe it. I was looking at that box now, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Because I've never seen that before. Well, yeah, that's true, Ronnie. The flex planes come with the Aurora in them. Yeah, that's very true. But you pay for it too. You know, none of those planes are cheap. So yeah, you're paying for that extra gyro that comes in it. Yeah, I'm not that hungry, GB. There's sure a lot of them out here tonight, though. My God, one flew down my shirt. They're just all over the place tonight. I don't know what's going on out here. I never have moths out here like this. They're everywhere. I mean, they're just flying all over the damn place. It's crazy. Don't they know it's their bedtime? There's 5 of them right there at that light. And they're landing on the TV and the light, and they're just, all of them are chasing each other around. Maybe it's mating season or something, I don't know. But yeah, there's just moths everywhere. Okay, so they all landed. There's 5 of them on that TV right there. Well, 4 on the TV and 1 on the light fixture. Oh, now the one just flew off the TV and moved. So now there's 3 on the TV and 2 on the light fixture. Yeah, it's nuts. There's 1 on this rafter beam here. There aren't any on this light right now. There was 1 on the TV screen earlier. So what's in the car for tomorrow is the Carbon Z Cessna 150, the ASW 28 glider, the FMS 1700 Cub, the MiG 29, the Arrows, the EC 1500. The Timber will be back in the car. This UMX Timber. What else? I think there's another plane. Oh, the P-39. That's in the car. Yeah, GB always makes fun of me because I say Cessna instead of Cessna. And then the EC 1500's in the front seat. And then the UMX F-27. Those are all the planes, and then there's 4 quads also. And I think that's everything. Yeah, I made in the MiG Sunday, GB. Had too big a battery in it. It didn't like a 4500 in it. Flew much better with a 3300 in it. So I ordered some new batteries for it because I don't have anything small enough for that plane. It definitely didn't like the weight of the bigger batteries. Too soon to tell. I only got 2 flights on it before the rain hit. I'm not overly impressed. We'll see. I gotta do a little more work on it. I cut the springs on the mains so the plane would sit down better on the mains, which definitely helped. The nose gear mod I haven't done yet because I didn't know if I was going to fly it with the 4500s, it definitely needs that. The 3300, it didn't seem to need it. It seemed to handle it. The nose gear seemed to be fine, but I want to play with it some more. So after tomorrow, I should know whether or not I'm going to do any more modding. I definitely going to do some more modding to the mains, but I don't know if I'm going to need to do anything to the nose wheel or not. We'll see. Other than that, I don't know. It's not as easy to see in the air as I thought it was going to be. You know, the wings, because they're white, and there's nothing on the tips. So I think I'm going to paint the leading edge of the wing and the tips red. you know, just a small taper uh, of red across the leading edge of the wing and down to the wingtip, so that it's a little more visible. It's hard to see it in the air. Other than that, you know, it's well made. It's a nice jet. It's definitely well made. Um, so yeah, I'm just waiting to see if, you know, what other mods I want to do to it. I don't want to jump into conclusions yet. I definitely want to give it a fair shake. You know, it's neither one of those flights were horrible. It just, with the 4500 in it, it felt heavy. It took a lot of up trim to keep it in the air, um, and it just felt heavy. And and it landed good, but it also, because of that extra weight in the nose, when it, you know, it hit the mains beautiful, but when it came down on the nose, it kept going, you know, and it compressed the nose gear all the way down. Um, so yeah, I didn't like that, but it didn't do it with the 3300. So so I want to land it a few more times and see how I like it, and then I'll make mods accordingly. You know, Rich put a he lengthened the length of the main the nose gear by putting he cut a piece off the main and then put it in the nose gear to extend the nose gear up a little bit more without changing the spring rate. No video. I didn't take the camera with me. All I would have had was a hat cam anyway, because there wasn't anybody there that could have filmed it. So, and I need a new camera anyway. My camera's just not doing the job anymore. I'm not happy with the video quality at all. So, yeah, I need a new camera. Was looking at those today again. When it started raining and I couldn't cut grass anymore, I came in and started looking for a camera again. Do you have one of those MiGs, GB? Northeast FPV, good morning. Good to see you. Oh my god, it's early. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I hear you there. I really didn't have space for this one either, but it was on sale. And, you know, when I see a plane I like and then they put it on sale, I kind of have to pull the trigger. Um, I hate it when they do that. But, yeah, I... well, which ones I like and which ones I can afford are very different stories, Ronnie. Um, I prefer the Gen Ace brand, but I can't afford those. They're too expensive. Um, Roaring Tops are good, but they're expensive also. But better than the Gen Ace. Um, lately I've been buying either the Florians that I get on eBay or the UMIs. I just bought a pair of UMIs for the MiG. They're least expensive for pretty good quality. I've had good luck with them. They haven't puffed. They haven't lost their go get them and throttling. They seem to be holding up pretty well, and the price is really, really cheap. So yeah, I'm so far those are what I've been working with the most. The what are those called? The RBMs? What the hell is that? What those are? I used to have a bunch of those, and I wasn't too hot with them. They didn't hold up, but it seems like the new ones are holding up. If the guys that are HRBs, yeah, that's it. Yeah, if guys like Nate, for instance, says he's got that one battery he's got is like 2 years old and it's got like 150 flights on it, and it still looks perfect. So if he's not lying and that information's accurate, then it looks like the HRBs are doing a lot better. So I might switch back over to those. They worked okay when I flew them, but they were puffing all the time. And some of these planes don't have room for a puff battery. That MiG, for instance, is one of them. There's barely any room in that airplane for a battery. So it's definitely not going to handle a puffed one. So yeah, there's no way. If the battery's going to puff, it won't work in that plane. So yeah, so that's where I'm at right now. I've got some Admiral batteries, and I like those. And I'll tell you, the new smart batteries from from Horizon are nice. I have no complaints. They're a little pricey, but they work good so far. I'm real happy with them. I got 3 of them, and they're doing okay. So, time will tell. We'll see how they hold up. Same with these Yumis. They're kind of new me to me. They're Yumis or Numis. The big packs I bought are not working in the. I bought them for the. Mostly for the F-22, and they worked okay in that, but I don't think I gained anything. I think the extra weight is I'm having to use more motor to keep it in the air with the extra weight, and so I think the flight time's the same. So it really defeated the purpose of what it was for. Now the Cessna has no problem with that big battery, the 650. It's a 6500. And the T-28's not going to have any problem with it either. So I can definitely fly those 2 planes with that battery, no problem. So it's not like I got batteries now I can't use. I just can't use them where I intended to use them. So the 5000 Smart Pack has been the best battery in the F-22 so far. And the rest of my planes, the Florian, the 4500s have been great. I haven't had any complaints about those. Get good flight times, 6-7 minutes on the jets. I can get it to, I've gotten it to 10 minutes when I'm really, trying to stretch it. I can get 10 minutes on the 4500 or the 5000. But yeah, just normal flying around in formation with another guy that flies out there. Yeah, I usually go about 7 minutes. He only goes about 5. And then he lands, and I keep flying, and then I usually go to 6 or 7, depending on which battery's in it. So those are the kind of flight times I want to see. I'm not. The 2.5 minute crap is, if that's all I could get out of a plane, I'd sell it. That's just not what I'm. Just don't want that. It's not. I don't care how fast it goes. That doesn't interest me. Yes. So Northeast, he's got the MiG on the way too, and no room for it. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Everybody's going to be hanging them from their bedroom ceilings because they got no place else to put it. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing that pisses me off too, GB, is when they put a plane on sale after I've already bought one. Or bought a plane, period, and then they put another one on sale. You know. What really pisses me off is that they don't put it on sale and they discontinue it and don't say anything until they're out of it. And then they let you know that, oh, by the way, discontinued. We're not getting this plane no more. That really pisses me off. Yeah, I've seen those Rhino packs. I've seen a bunch of them out at the field that they've cut the connectors off and they put it over for the guys to shoot them. So I don't know how good those packs are. You know, let us know. You know, when you get them. Um, I've never flown one, so I couldn't say anything. But I've seen them in the battery pile where they like to charge them up and then they have the guys shoot them with a gun so they blow up and a lot of smoke, and that's fun. So yeah, I don't really run the dirt cheap ones. I listen. I do a lot of research before I just buy something. You know, I go out and read reviews. I talk to other people that are using them. If I notice that they're using like the Florians, I you know, hey, how do you like these batteries? And oh, they're doing really good. I've had these packs for months, and they're doing all right. And then so I try to get some feedback before I spend the money on them. And so the Yumi packs, I got good feedback from 3 different people out at the field that are using them. So I decided to try those. I've only got 2 flights on those batteries. So no definitive answer yet. I mean, of course they work great when they're brand new. I'll let you know. But the Florians I've been very happy with. I've got a lot of flights on those packs. They're not, well, they are puffing, but it's a very, very gradual expansion. They don't get rounded. They stay perfectly hard, perfectly square, but they keep growing a little bit. Pretty much every time you fly them, they grow a little bit. So over time, they keep getting bigger and bigger until you notice that, oh, hey, this won't fit the plane anymore. What's going on? Or I showed up. The other guys have been flying them for months. I showed up with my brand new packs and put them on the table next to theirs, and their packs are half an inch thicker than mine, and they had no idea. They were like, "Oh my god!" And I'm like, "Yeah, they're growing." So, but they do it perfectly. I mean, they grow evenly. They don't puff. They don't get rounded. They just get bigger slightly every time you fly them, and eventually they're not going to fit in some of my airplanes. They'll still, planes like the Cessna, they always fit in. The T-28, they'll always fit in. The F-22, no problem, they'll fit in that. But like the F-4, no, not going to fit in that anymore. There's another jet that's kind of tight. Which one is it? The Havoc seems to have room in it. I don't think that's a problem. They'll fit the Havoc. Yeah, not sure. I did notice on that one of the guy's packs lent me one day, and I tried to put it in my Cessna standing up, and the latch wouldn't, the hatch wouldn't secure. I couldn't push the hatch down. The battery had grown too much, so I just turned it on its side and laid it down, and it was fine that way. Because there's plenty of width room in there. Just the height is an issue. So I just took the pack that it's longer, you know, it's taller now, so I just laid it on its side. And that worked fine. So so what do you got in surface stuff, Dana, that you're watching Kevin's show? What kind of surface stuff are you playing with? Yeah, zippy batteries, man. I've had great success with them as far as them, you know, lasting, but they puff terrible. All my zippy packs puff up pretty quick. So that's my only complaint with zippy is they won't fit in some airplanes. Like I bought two 2800 3-cell packs specifically for the Arrows Mustang, because the Mustang has that square hole in the foam, no straps. It's a it's a compression fit. I mean, you just slide the battery in there, and the foam, it's just tight on it, and that's all you got. And so I bought these 2800s because they were the same size, close enough to a 2200 to fit in those holes. And they did in the beginning, but they won't fit anymore. Those packs have puffed, and now they don't fit in the airplane. And that's really the only airplane I bought them for, was for that plane, and now they don't fit in that plane. I mean, they fit in a lot of other planes. It's not a big deal. They're still perfectly usable, but it just bummed me out because I bought them specifically to have a little more run time and to fit in the Mustang. And they've already puffed enough that they don't fit in the Mustang, and they don't have that many flights on them. Maybe 10 on each pack. That's not much. And from them to have already grown big enough that they don't fit in the airplane anymore, it's kind of bumming me out. Yeah, I caught a few minutes of his show today real quick. Just, he's trying to do that speed record with that surface car, and I don't know, he blew something up in one of the ESCs, because holy crap. He plugged a battery into it. It was like a dead short, man. It burnt the end of the battery plug right off just about. I mean, it just turned it black instantly. So something's going wrong there. I don't know what the hell he did, but he's running two motors, two giant motors. One on the front wheels, one on the back wheels. Two giant surface ESCs with the fans in them, and I don't know how many, four big battery packs, I think, is what he had in there. And it was hauling ass, but they tried to make a second run. It was acting really funny, and then it just blew up. So yeah. He called it a mega fail or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Matt, they might be like my Florens. They don't look like they're puffed, I mean, I didn't notice it until after I put my new battery next to theirs and saw how much tighter mine was. And now I'm, only because I'm aware of it, I'm noticing how much my packs are growing. They're definitely getting bigger, even though they look perfect. They're still tight. They're hard. They don't look puffed at all, but they're growing. You know, they're definitely getting taller every time I fly them. They get a tiny millimeter taller. You know, they're pretty tall now. They're probably a good quarter of an inch taller than they were when they were new. So yeah, it sneaks up on you. I would have never guessed. They didn't even know it. Like I said, they bought their batteries at the same time, and they have about the same amount of flights on them, and they didn't notice at all that their batteries were puffed until I put my brand new one on the table next to them. They were like, "Oh my God," you know, like, "Yeah, look at that," you know. But they were saying, "Yeah, they still fly great, man. They look great." If you hadn't put that new battery down, we would have never known. I was like, "Yeah, I get you. I hear you." You know, so maybe yours are growing like that and you don't even know it. You don't even realize it. I don't know. But yeah, you know, over the years I've got a lot of zippy batteries and I've been happy with them. You know, I like I said, they puffed all the other ones. Maybe they're getting better. I don't know. But they always work. You know, I'm still flying a couple of packs that are puffed really bad. They still fly fine. You know, flew one of them in the jet the other day just to see, and yeah, it still fly the jet. Even though it was puffed like crazy, it still flew the jet. So, yeah. But that battery's almost round. You know, it's cells are all even. It charges evenly. It discharges evenly. The roundness doesn't concern me in the least, other than the fact that I don't like that it won't fit in some planes anymore. That's my only concern. I'm not concerned that the battery is going to blow up or anything. You know, I watch my cells voltages very closely, and you know, if they're all even up and down, and I'm not having any issues, I don't worry about them. They're fine. I don't care that they're puffed. You know, I still use them, but you know, it's some of my planes they won't fit in anymore. That's the part that I don't like. So. Yeah, I have one of those cars. I bought, what's his name? The orange Mazda. The orange and black Mazda. Hans' car. Yeah, I bought his car. I saw that in the store and I had to have it. So yeah, I bought Hans' drift car. It's sitting in my bedroom. I haven't run it yet. No place to run it. You need a nice smooth floor. I mean, you could take it out and do it on the concrete, but you're just going to wear tires out like really fast. And I'm not really interested in that. I'm not interested in doing it alone either. So, you know, we gotta go find a gym or a nice smooth floor someplace, and then do it there. Maybe when I pour the garage floor here, I'll smooth it smooth enough that we can do drifting on it. There's always that. But yeah, I you know, I love the toy grade stuff too. You know, if it's RC, it's for me. I don't care if it's toy grade, hobby grade. I don't give a crap. If it looks cool, it's mine. I take it home. You know, I saw Hans' car, and I don't know if I was in Target or Walmart, but I was walking through the store, and that bright orange car was sitting there. And I said, "Oh, that is definitely coming home with me." so, yeah, very cool. Yeah, I've never had a battery blow up. Yeah, never. I've never, even when I've crashed. You know, I've crashed packs that haven't blown up. And some of them I still used, even after they were damaged like that. Everybody thought I was nuts. Listen, I've cycled them up and down. They charge right. They discharge right. Okay, so they look fucked up. They seem to be working. So I'm still flying them. I haven't had a problem with one yet. You know, I've never had one go off to the problem where it's been a problem before I caught it. I did have one pack. It didn't do anything. I just checked it one day with my tester before I charged it, and one cell was dead. And I'm like, okay, well, that pack's done. We're going to, you know, it's a 6-cell pack. I'm going to cut that one cell out of it and make a 5-cell pack out of it. I do that a lot too, but that's what I do. And, you know, I check them before I charge them, make sure that, you know, I keep an extra watch on any damaged battery to make sure it's, you know, doing its thing. And I haven't gotten burned yet. And none of the packs have failed me yet. So yeah, so that was the problem back. Listen, back in the '80s when we were racing professionally, stuff like this. Um, we were running the what did they call them? The you know, the moths have decided to come back over here now. Shit, I can't think of the name of those batteries now. They were, you know, sub-C cells. And we had to buy battery matching equipment. I've got it all sitting over here on the bench over here. We had to test every cell, match our own packs. We were spending hours and hours and hours matching batteries to go racing for a 4-minute race. And you know, a couple of years of that, and that was it. I said, enough's enough. You know, we can't get good batteries anyway. It's way different now, but back in the '80s, you had to be connected with somebody to even get decent batteries. So we didn't have that kind of connection. So I went to 8th scale gas because the gas cars go faster than you could possibly drive them. So power was never an issue. You know, you just learn how to set the car up and learn how to drive it was the trick. You know, speed was not the issue ever. You know, these things were just so fast, it was ridiculous. 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds. I mean, real, not scale 60. 0 to 60 miles an hour, real speed in 1.8 seconds. It's ungodly how fast these things are. So, yeah, these things are, you know, that's, I gave up the electric shit. The last electric race I went to was in Texas. And brought home 2 big trophies. Did really well. And that was my last electric race. I gave up the electric then and went to the gas cars. And my first year in gas, I finished 3rd in the state. I went to the state championships. Well, it was point series. And I finished 3rd in the state on the first year in 8th scale gas. So that was, I was pretty proud of that. And then I gave up that's when the recession hit and everything went to hell. And so I took a break from all of it. You know, the cars, and just started playing with the toy grade stuff. You know, around the house. Flew some of my airplanes around here. The little 049 Cox stuff. We didn't have any electric yet. Electric planes, they weren't out yet. That's very recent. Before you had any quality electric stuff. So, yeah, that's what I did until, I don't know, it's been about 8 years, I think, since I got back into the electric planes. You know, it's when I found, you know, they were just starting to get good when I realized what I'd been missing. I didn't know. Been racing full-size cars. So I hadn't, you know, even though I'm still playing with all this toy grade shit and having fun, Hadn't been in a hobby shop in years. So I walk in there, and what do I see is the first plane I see is uh, the P-47, the Park Zone. Uh, Balls Out. Is that what was that what the one's called? You know, this scale-looking foam airplane comes with a battery pack. You know, bind it to your radio. You know, it was, I think, what were they, like $200, $229? You know, came with a battery. You know, bind and fly with a battery for $229. And this beautiful foam airplane that looks scale as shit blew my mind. It's like, holy crap! When did this start happening? And oh, it's pretty new. You know, the good stuff. There's been some foam airplanes prior, but you know, this was the first real jump to the good stuff. And yeah, I've just, man, full bore back into the flying side because I just fell in love with this electric stuff. I was so over the gas, the mess, the cleaning the airplanes, and just over it. So yeah, I love this electric stuff, and it gets better every year. The battery technology just keeps getting better and better, and so yeah, I'm loving it. And like I say, I fly these jets, you know, in the 70, 80 mile an hour range, because I can get 6, 7, 8 minutes out of them when I do that, versus flying at 100, 110 for 2.5 minutes. Now I'll do my 80 at 6 minutes, thank you. I don't need to go that fast. I've done fast. I've got plenty of gas planes fast. All the quarter midgets and the Quickie 500s are way faster than these jets. So I just love the scaleness, you know. You know, you fly these jets that sound like jets, and they, you know, they fly really cool and they look great in the air, and yeah. So I've never owned anything like an ugly stick or anything like that. I only own airplanes that look like airplanes. You know, even my first airplane looks like a Cessna. A Cessna. A Cessna? Cessna. Yeah, even my little foam wing balsa fuselage, you know, resembles, you know, a regular airplane. You know, I don't have anything that doesn't look like an airplane. You know, it doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't look good. I don't care if it flies good. It doesn't look good. I'm not interested in it. I want something that looks like an airplane. It doesn't have to be scale. It just has to look like this. This isn't a scale airplane, but it looks like a scale airplane. You know, I mean, it looks like an airplane. Like you could go buy the full-size version of this. You know, you can buy something very close to this in full scale, but this is not an exact copy of a real airplane. But it's close enough. You know, I like this. I like something that looks like this. So are you talking about Dana? Are you talking about Kevin? 150,000 a year on YouTube? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I just found his channel like day before yesterday. I had no idea. I stumbled onto it. Probably watched one of Ryan's truck videos, or one of his surface videos, and it was in the sidebar. and I clicked on it. You know, something he had over there got my interest. So yeah, I just found him. You know, like no kidding, not more than 2 days ago. Yeah, he's an interesting character for sure. Yeah, he really is. He's obviously been doing this a long time. He definitely knows what he's talking about on these trucks and the cars and stuff. Um, and he's not a half bad pilot for someone that ain't flown much. Um, he's just one of those guys that can, you know, just pick it up and do it. You know, I was pretty much the same way. I didn't need a lot of coaching. I just went to it like a duck to water. I wasn't from training to pylon racing. It was 6 months. You know, in 6 months, I went from that stupid little Cox 049 to a quarter midget pylon racer doing 170 mile an hour in 6 months. So yeah, it was, you know, the progression was fast for me. Um, and we were traveling all over the Northeast. Ohio, I was in Ohio at the time. And we would go to Pennsylvania, Indiana, Illinois, Tennessee, Kentucky, Michigan. You know, that was our circle of the races we went to. Was in that proximity. We didn't venture out too much farther than that. And those are all, you know, hours away from home. You know, probably the farthest we ever went was about 6 or 7 hours away from home. Um, we spend the night, one night. You know, it was a 2 day event. You know, get there early Saturday morning, fly that day's event, go to the hotel room Saturday night, check out Sunday morning, go to the event, and then go home. And so we were on a budget. Even the guys that were helping me were on budgets. Nobody had a lot of money. So we didn't. We stayed in shitty hotels, you know, cheap, and you know, because we didn't give a crap. All we cared about was racing the planes. You know, where we slept didn't matter. Who cares? Um, so yeah, it's a great hobby. I can't. I mean, I just love it. You know, every aspect of it. You know, the surface stuff. Listen, I've been doing the surface stuff for probably almost as long as the airplane stuff. I bought a Subaru Brat. You know, the Tamiya Subaru Brat came out back in the 70s, probably, you know, late 70s, I think. So I bought that and I played with it out in the front yard for hours. And even in the wintertime, and I hate the winter. That's why I moved away from Ohio. But back then, you know, I would go outside. I'd, you know, charge up a battery, take it outside. I'd set the car down. I'd go back in the house, sit on the coffee table in front of the window, our big bay window out in the front of the house, and I'd go out and run it around in the snow from inside the house. And then when I got, you know, when the battery died, I'd bring it back up to the front door, and I'd go out, pick it up, bring it back in the house, charge up the battery, and do it again. You know, and yeah, I just, you know, if it's RC, yeah, I'm in. You know, I don't care what it is. I just love RC. Everything. Sailboats, sailplanes, pylon racers, scale warbirds. I don't care what it is. I just love all of it. Drift cars, and even the toy grade stuff. You know, I got a ton of this toy grade stuff all over the place. There's these big ones up here, but you probably can't see on camera. Let me look and see if you can see that. You may be able to see it. Let me zoom that up here. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Right here's this is a 1/6 scale Dodge Charger. You know, Hemi Charger Daytona edition. You know, and this is in the mango, that mango color that year, which I think was 06. I think 05 or 06 was the mango. And then I think 07 was the yellow. I have two of those. You know, I mean, I couldn't walk into Walmart fast enough and get to the toy department to see what new RC car they came out with. So I've got, over here, I've got a Chrysler 300. I've got the Magnum, you know, the wagon. I've got the Magnum over here. I've got a Mercedes over here. I got so much surface stuff. Now that's all toy grade stuff. But then I've got all the professional race stuff too. You know, I've got an RC10 over there. This is the Superior Racing Products oval, dirt oval. And then I got my 8th scale gas cars. They're Serpent cars. Got a car that used to be big and hot at the day. It was called a Schumacher. German car. 4-wheel drive off-road. I got that. I still have everything. I never get rid of nothing. So I still have everything I've had. I still have the Subaru Brat. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, my uncle was huge into boats. He actually designed a kit and he marketed it. You know, a hydro. I forget what he called it. And I never really got into the boats too much. I did. I mean, I have boats. I've got sailboats. I've got speed boats. Hell, I think there's a boat kind of like Ryan's right here. It's a deep V hull. Yeah. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, it's back there. I don't think I can get it out though. It's kind of buried back here. Hang on a minute, let me look. Box is right there. I don't see the boat. It's not in the box. It's out of the box. It's on a stand somewhere. I don't see it. It's probably on these shelves back here. No, I don't see it. I know it's laying around here somewhere. It's buried back in here somewhere, but yeah, I got a deep V hull RC boat. I got a toy grade PT-109 plastic model boat. I converted into a high-speed electric boat. I put twin engines in it, no rudders. You know, differential throttle to turn it. And oh my God, is that thing a rocket ship? It was never designed for that. But it does well. It handles it well. It's hilarious to watch it, you know, run because it's so damn fast. It's crazy. Yeah, so I've done the boat thing. Just I haven't raced boats. That's the one thing I have. I raced sailboats. We did race the sailboats. That was a lot of fun. We had fun with that. We're laughing most of the time. I mean, it was a race, but it wasn't any kind of professional thing. It wasn't a roar or anything like that. It was just the 6 of us. We all bought the exact same boat from Tower Hobbies. That's where we got them from. And we went out to a pond someplace that we had access to, and I devised a way to, I put a buoy on a fishing sinker that I could take out with my boat, pull the heavy weight off the back of my boat, it would sink to the bottom, and then we would draw the buoy on a pulley. So the sinker's on the bottom, with a pulley on it, and we just gently pull the float, the pylon, which was a buoy with a flag on it, and just slowly, so I wouldn't drag the sinker back in, I would just very slowly pull it out there until it was sitting straight over the top of the sinker, and we just tie it off, and then we'd throw another one right here at the shore. So we had two buoys, and we'd race around these two buoys, and we had a ball. It was a blast. We had a ton of fun with that. So I still have that boat. It's in the house. It's on the headboard of my bed, as a matter of fact. It's in a wooden stand, and yeah. So yeah, boats, planes, got a hovercraft. That's kind of cool. Toy grade, Tyco, but it's this big, and it's lime green, and it's a hoot. I mean, it works really well. It's got a beautiful skirt that inflates, and yeah, so that thing's fun, and it works great on a over water. It's fantastic. I had it at my friend's pool one day, and we were buzzing around in the pool, and it was cool. It's really fast on a tennis court, but the problem is you can only run it when there's no wind, because the size of the wing area to make it go straight, as soon as you turn it sideways, if there's a breeze, the breeze catches a hold of the side of it and just takes it off sideways, and you can't control it. And the next thing you know, it's just going downwind. And if you don't shut it off, so the skirt deflates and it sits down on the ground, it'll just blow away. So, not much fun in the wind. In a gymnasium where there's no wind, oh, it's freaking awesome. That thing's a blast. So we had a lot of fun with that. Those new sailboats that Motion has, that green one, I really want that green one. I'm probably going to pull the trigger on that green sailboat. I like that one. It's 200 some bucks. It's one of the cheapest things they have, but I like it. So, yeah, submarine. Oh my God, I love submarines. I've always wanted an RC submarine. I got a bunch of toy submarines that, I've got one where you put an Alka-Seltzer tablet in it, and you put it in the bathtub, and it sinks itself. And then as it's flooding, the water gets to the Alka-Seltzer tablet. The Alka-Seltzer tablet starts bubbling air, gets caught inside the sub, and then the sub comes back up on its own. The Alka-Seltzer tablet does two things. It creates air for the ballast to make it come back up, but it also goes out the back, so it propels the sub forward. Not fast, but as a little kid in a bathtub, it was the coolest thing ever. I mean, and I still have that sub too. It's just the coolest thing ever. It goes around it just follows the outside edge of the tub, and it's on the bottoms, and then all of a sudden it comes to the surface and keeps going around. So yeah, love that thing. The Nautilus dry docks on YouTube. What do you mean, Dana? Are you talking about a model, or somebody made a full-size Nautilus? What are we talking about? It's manufactured specifically for a submarine. They're converting stuff. A plastic tube they found that can hold the pressure, and then they put, seals in it so that they can run a push rod through it with the water staying out and all that. That's all custom. They took something that was already created and then turned it into a submarine part. And then they're 3D printing their own submarines, whatever shape they want. So yeah, it's not that crazy. I mean, unless you buy when it's turnkey. Yeah, they want a lot of money for them if you buy a turnkey one. But yeah, you can make your own a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper. So that's one of the reasons I bought this 3D printer that's sitting right here. You know, now I wanted to print it, airplanes and submarines. That's what I bought it for. I haven't printed either yet, but I printed a lot of vases and some other stuff. I haven't had time to get back to it. Been too busy with the garage, you know, cutting down trees, burning trees, digging holes. Been busy. So everything's on the back burner right now, except a little bit of flying here and there. And that's interesting. OBS says it just reconnected, but I don't have any lost packets. Now, so I don't know why it says it's reconnected when it doesn't show that it disconnected. There's no packets. So I don't know. Has it buffered at all? Have you guys seen it buffer at all? Yeah, I've watched a bunch of that stuff, Dana. A bunch of it. You know, these guys have made some absolutely super cool. Did you see the guy that made working torpedoes? I mean, they don't blow up, but they're propelled. You know, and they go out. You know, they fires them out of the sub, and they go all the way across the swimming pool. I mean, they're really cool. Yeah, those guys are cool as shit. I watch a lot of that stuff. Man, I love submarines. You know, when Air Marshal got on our shows and told me he was a submariner, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. So yeah, I love talking to him about submarines. You know, so yeah, I'm a huge sub guy. You know, almost as big as airplanes. I mean, I've always been an airplane guy from Bob Hoover days, but you know, subs have always captured my attention too. I've watched every submarine movie ever made, and then talking to Marshall about his days as a submariner are just cool as shit. So that's why my one show went 12 hours. It's because Dave and Mickey. Are you still in here, Mickey? Did he bug out? Dave and Mickey were talking submarines for 12 hours. You know, I was just enjoying the chat, watching, you know, listening to them talk and stuff, but I finally had to go to bed, and I just left the stream running and let them keep going. And they went for another hour, I think, and then they finally quit. And then the show went for 14 hours, but YouTube truncated it down to 12. And but yeah, that was a hell of a night. But I was here for 11 hours and 8 minutes is how long I was here. And then I just couldn't do it anymore. So I had to go home. I had to go to bed. And but they were still talking subs. You know, it was funny. That was a good night. What? Yeah, you're talking about buying a already made sub, Dana. You're not talking about making your own. You're talking about buying a turnkey sub. Hey, get with Air Marshal. He already printed one. So he's already got the plans and everything. He'll give you the plans. Just buy yourself a printer. I'm sure he'll give you the file. You can print your own sub. And I think he printed a good one. I mean, I think it's a Virginia class sub that he did. So yeah, I'm sure he'd give you the file. So just get yourself a printer, and you can have a sub tomorrow. Well, it takes a few days to print. It's a lot of print, but yeah, he made a really cool one. He had it on the show one night. there's a company called 3D Labs that makes airplanes, and they make an F-86, and that's what really got me going. When I saw that F-86 that they 3D printed, and then they have a time lapse video, a bunch of videos, I think like 12 or 15 videos where they print it and then they build it, and man, that got my attention. The file's $40. I can buy the file for $40 and print as many 3D printed F-86s as I want. So yeah, that got my attention. I haven't bought the file yet, but I'm still very new to it. I've had the printer for 3 years now, but I started off with a spool of, which I didn't even know that's what I had. I had this PETG filament. I thought I had PLA. That's all I knew was PLA. Everybody prints PLA. I assumed that's what I was printing. I'm assuming that's what came with the printer. I did a lot of assuming. I had no idea what I was printing with. I did notice that, all the heat ranges that they say they were using weren't working for me, and I had to reset all the heat and the amount of squash on the print head, how much I was extruding and stuff to get it to work. But I figured it out, and I made a bunch of these vases that were beautiful. And so I ordered a bunch more. Before I saw what that was, I ordered a bunch more PLA, and then I bought some PCV also, or what, PVC? Is that what I bought? No, ABS. So I bought some ABS, and I bought some PLA, and I started to print with my settings for the PETG, and I got this, and I got this. So it wasn't working. This is supposed to be a big vase. That's the base, and it grows out to about here, and then it necks back down. It kind of looks like the I Dream of Jeannie bottle. It's very similar to that. And then this one is a narrower. It gets about this big around, and it's about this tall. And neither one of these worked. I mean, this is more like, this feels like cloth. Okay, this didn't stick to each other at all. So this feels like fabric, not hard plastic. So it wasn't hot enough. The extruder wasn't set for enough material, and I just don't, like I said, I don't have time to mess with it right now. So I'll wait till after I get the garage built and everything, then I'll get back to that. It's not going anywhere, so I'm not worried about it. Well, again, you're talking about somebody that pre-made. Listen, all they did was take a pressure sensor and put a little. I've watched all of that stuff. It's nothing you can't. Well, it's nothing I can't build myself. I don't have to spend the $1,100. I'll make it. I know exactly how they made it. There's a place called DigiKey. Look it up. They have every electronic thing you can ever think of. Every device, every nano, diode, crystal, whatever. The DigiKey has it all. You can order everything you need to build that thing for pennies on the dollar for that $1,100. So, yeah, Mickey, we're still going. I was just talking about you. Yeah, we were talking about the night that you and Air Marshal went for 12 hours talking about submarines. Because now we're talking about submarines. So, let's see. It's 3 a.m. here, so it's 3:20. So what is it? It's 5:20 in the afternoon on Friday for you, right? Have I got that right? 5:20 p.m. your time, Friday? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so he's 13 hours ahead of us in Australia. So yeah, it's Are you just getting off work, Mickey? Been strategy meetings. Oh, okay. Drinking vodka and everybody thinks it's water, right? Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Oh, you guys are hilarious. All right, guys. Well, I've had a lot of fun tonight, for sure. But I want to get going because I want to get up early to go flying. I got to go get some sleep. I'm really not tired. I got to be honest. You know, I'm wide awake. But I just think I need to go relax and get a little sleep. Because I'm going to have to get up in 4 hours to get to the field in time to meet this guy tomorrow. So I should probably try to get at least a couple hours sleep. Oh, he steps out at midday to have meetings. Oh, that's funny. All right, guys. So I'm gonna call it. It's good having you here, man. I love having you guys here. It's fun. I'm gonna keep doing this. I just love it too much. John, you too. Um, you're gonna love the playback because I show everything I did to put the gear in this. So you're all set now. If you have any questions, let me know. But you're gonna, you know, I show it pretty good on the camera, so I think you'll be all right. But if you have questions, let me know. And I'm gonna go fly some airplanes in a few hours. So I'll talk to you guys later. You have a good night.